rates though. Don't
What happened?
I mean,
okay. Hey, what's with the KT roster?
I love this.
Wait,
this
that's
is
actually
very
a good
based.
shot. Look, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved KT roster because they won Worlds, and I'm a bandwagoner. They won Worlds. In my mind, they did win. But look at my Aurora win rate, though, Domne. Look at my Shinshot top win rate. Could you pull off a Shinshot top like that? I bet you could not. Doran's ring start.
You're rivaling boss
I
right
promise
now.
you it's good.
For more updates on these guys, solo queue, so follow them on stream or whatever. But we're going to focus on the actual pro players that we have here because we had 3 best of 3s yesterday. 2-0 every time, but not a single one-sided game, I feel, here. What has it been about? Shifters is back.
Okay, I'm just gonna do it.
They are back, but
chronologically.
Back physically.
Yeah, I mean, F in the chat to take it away from the Shifters team.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Like, I think the game yesterday against SK was really beautiful by SK. It was really exciting to see Leader play Orianna and actually have a great performance because he got so much crap from that first Orianna game. Rightfully so, they missed a few Orianna nocturne combos, but his laning phases have been really dominant. And that Akali, if we just ignore the last 20 minutes, was a really good Akali game.
Yeah, it's about recovering.
Just ignore them. But for me, the macro was super cool from SK because they did, simple things that are really easy to overlook when it comes to, the complexity of it. But the fact that they were doing it every single game, they were getting vision control down and they were just enabling leaders so much. It was great to see. Yeah,
it was great to see. G2 is back as well. Really good as well on the series they had. Vitality, they did things, they won. I don't want to talk about the way they won. The important thing is that they did. But I want to follow up on SK and the way they've been able to pull this one because they were game 1 endies so far in the LEC. But 2-0 yesterday, with 2 very different set of games, and I feel like they're finally, it's gonna be stupid, but they're finally learning how to play together. Leader is adapting to the team is adapting to Leader. That's what we want to see.
So I have a theory.
Hit me.
Mickey X developed this team, right?
Okay.
Mickey X has played in this league for a long time. He clearly thought it was a best of 1 format. And he built this team to be a best of 1 powerhouse, but the LEC robbed SK Gaming from being a top team, and that's why we're seeing them struggle.
What?
Yeah, because
but LEC versus was best of 1, they didn't make it.
But spring, buddy, okay? Like, it's spring now. Like, it's Easter. Come on, grow up.
Finn, okay, it is Easter, and I have grown up, but you cannot just like shift your narratives the way you want and just talk about how good they were, how they were coming back from behind, and how much more consistent their mid games are.
How good are they now? Look at this guy.
Look at Leader.
What
He's
a
great.
up.
He's playing really well, and I'm excited because he said yesterday in the interview as well that in the beginning he thought that his champion pool was OP because it was really hard to draft against him, and I think he matured. I think he realized that it's equally hard to draft with him, with his champion pool. And I think right now they're really trying to work to find that balance. Like, if they can find this sweet spot where his champion pool and the normal champion pool kind of aligns and they can kind of execute both of these team comps, I think this team could be really dangerous, but that is a really tough line to thread.
We saw promising steps today. Let's see if they can do that again coming into today. And Finn, I believe you caught up with the man in the top lane from SK. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, my name is Finn and I'm standing here with Wunder, first of his name and talker of trash. How are you doing today, Wunder? Are you excited about your game against GX?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Talker of trash. I don't know if there's much trash talking to be had. We are currently only 1 win against Shifters, so I mean...
if it was best of 1, you guys would be freezer right now.
If it was the best of 1, we would be dominating the league right now in true SK Gaming style. No, but really, I think we got the momentum now, winning yesterday. I'm ready to take on GX. I don't think they should be too hard of a challenge.
Yeah. So the best of 3 stoles, Wunder's trash talk. But I want to talk a little bit about you, because you've had a long career. You've played a lot of champions. Actually, you're the player with the second most different champions played in the LEC, only stolen by Caps. I think you're at 74 and Caps at 76. Keep in mind, he did roll swap, though. So that's a little bit of cheating.
That's cheating,
So I want to ask you, do you think there's any top laners that you haven't played that you think you should have played?
Oof.
Conventional ones.
I've been very lucky to have teammates in the past that have been very accepting of the many various picks that I've wanted to bring out. So I don't know if there's like anything in particular.
If you had to guess one champion that you haven't played.
Oh, guess one champion. Oh, I would have liked to have played Nidalee, but I don't know if I have played it or not.
No, I don't think you have.
I haven't.
But there's one champion that actually I haven't played that I thought you would have played. And that's Malphite.
Malphite?
You've never played a single official game of Malphite, Wunder. How is that? Why is that?
That's going to happen today. Malphite is coming back.
It's coming back.
Nah, the jungler stole it, to be fair. Like,
oh, that's true.
But we are flexing it today. We're flexing it first game.
Huge. There's also Darius and Yon, but those are like kind of fringe picks. I want to ask you a little bit about the bot lane you're going up against, because you've played with Noah and Jun. and now you have played with Joppa and Mickey. How do you think that matchup is going to go?
Yeah, I mean, when I played with Noah, he was, I mean, I only played a final with him, I guess. And he was a little bit nervous. There was, I mean, a big stage and everything, a lot of nerves. I was there to calm him down a little bit as a more veteran guy, I guess. But he has been playing for many years now, and we are just playing, well, just playing Spring Split. It's obviously, it matters a lot for both of the teams to make playoffs, but I don't think the stakes are as high as like a final. So yeah, I mean, he's usually pretty strong in many of GX wins, I think. Like, they like doing their snowball board, like Caitlyn, something like that. He gets a lot of kills, looks very strong in a lot of the games. But I know his weaknesses. I'm gonna come gangbot, pick Cyan, ult bot, you know, Finn style. Like,
Finn style?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. And there won't be any wonder to calm him down. We're gonna find that out, but now we're gonna send it back to the couch where we're gonna break down that last GX game. Thank you so much, Winder, for joining me, and best of luck in your game.
They seem to have a plan going up against GX today. One man that we have to be careful about, though, when it comes to GX is Isma. I feel like the team lives and dies.
Exactly, because he takes a lot of gambles, but he's also very, very adaptable. So let's have a look at this play right here, because he is going to be walking into a bot lane gank. Right now, let's walk it from his own perspective. He walks in here. He'll see this ward right here die soon, and now he says, oh, I'm screwed. They know that I'm here. They know that I'm here, and all my bot side camps are gone, and the only camps I have are top side. So we really need right now, guys, to make this invade work, because now when fnatic's bot lane goes back, he puts this ward here that will later on end up being the MVP of this play. He needs to find Razork, and now he says, okay, the only play I have is to walk into these wolves. I need to fight for them because I don't have any priors, and this is the only window I have where I can dodge Razork. So now Razork doesn't see what's happening, walks into this trade, and now Isma is already setting up the next play. He says, okay guys, I'm in here, get prio bot, walk to me, June, walk to me, Jackie's base and TP on this ward right here, because this game is about to go really, really bad for me if I don't manage to get this invade going. The TP comes through, the whole team walks here, and this isn't really a tale of how he's just aggressive, but it's more about how he turns these losing situations into winning ones, because GX is not really a team that is, how to say, finds the best plans when it comes to these invades, but they will walk into situations, they will put themselves in scenarios where they have a lot of openings, and then Isma just takes advantage of them and coordinates with the team very well to bring those scenarios and make them winning.
It's very nice, though. I mean, that was a beautiful image by Isma. I love that ward. That ward to me was the main character ward. I've never seen a ward quite like it, but when I think about today, especially this game one, I think there's no way the SK loses today. I think there's 0% chance that SK comes into this game one and loses. If they lose this game one, I don't know, it's Easter. I'll dress up as an Easter bunny and I'll do a review of how GX loses.
Wait, you want to make that a bet?
I mean,
okay, well, are you a coward?
So, you know, he's just so delusional that he's going to do it. But I'm going to take that bet and I'm going to dress up as the Easter bunny because I love being an Easter bunny. If GX wins, he's dressing up, and on the other side, I will dress up.
Who's going to end up being the Easter bunny? Who's going to take this one, actually? Casters, over to you. Let us know.
Well, I don't know who's going to win that bet, but I guess we did learn Odo likes being the Easter bunny.
I didn't know that was the sentence. I was like, did he just say he loves being the Easter bunny?
So does he want to lose so that he has to dress up as the Easter bunny?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Is it really a punishment then?
I think that that's just like a win-win situation for Odo.
Yeah.
I think it's a win-win situation for everybody here at the LEC studio as well, because one of them's going to put on an Easter bunny costume, apparently, at the end of the day. And Wonder's going to play some Malphite. How has he not played Malphite yet?
That broke my mind.
That's
I was
crazy.
Like, looking through, you played a Nivea top before Malphite. Like, what world do we live in?
And that was just last week, too. And now he said that he's going to pull it out. He's going to show it as a flex pick today in game one. Let's see if he was telling the truth there, as both teams are taken to the stage. We got SK versus GX ahead of us. And a big turnaround for SK, because they did not look solid in week one. If it was only best of ones, they'd be undefeated right now. But at least they picked up a series yesterday with a 2-0 dominant victory.
Yeah, I mean, it still was a little shaky at times.
I say dominant as in the 2-0, but yeah.
I know, yeah, but it's still like, I want to see a little bit more from SK before I'm like fully on the SK bandwagon, because I was there at Versus.
Yeah,
and I've been hurt before. Right?
You have trust issues now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want to see how this all pans out. But I mean, if they got a win against Giant X, I think that would be a massive step up for them. Yeah. But it has to come from the early game.
Yeah. Especially for their season, because we talked about this yesterday, is that they're playing the majority of their games in the first 4 weeks. They only have one game then in week 6, I believe, because they're not part of either of the road shows, which are towards the end. So getting some momentum, getting some early wins would really help with morale, because they'll kind of know by that week 4 of what the rest of their season could potentially look like, depending on what's happening elsewhere in the league. And yeah, I mean, GX is definitely a team that they could pick up a win against. They're in that kind of upper conversation. They can get games against the top teams, but also they do look fallible.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's kind of looking towards Noah and Jun to see if they can step up again.
Yeah.
The last time we saw them faced off, it really was kind of Isma and Jackies who were doing a lot of the heavy lifting, whereas kind of Noah and Jun, if you look at Versus, that was their job. So I think if we can just get all pieces working together for Giant X, that's when they really could be a force of nature, but we've still yet to see all those pieces come together as well.
Yeah, and Isma was the standout from so far in Spring Split. I mean, his invades, he's got insane stats because of how much the team has been backing him up when it comes to trying to shut down his jungle opponent. So we'll see if SK is able to answer that in kind, if Skeens has anything planned for that as we get into pick and ban for game number 1. And we had a question of would we see leader Ori again? It's banned out first thing on SK's side.
They're
you gotta
learning.
win on it.
They're learning. Which is incredible, because it's just been left open constantly, because you're like, well, leader's not an Orianna player. And then game 1 plays it, doesn't look so
I ljudi moji, dobar dan, dobrodošli, bolje me našli, evo nas u još jednom danu LEC-a danas. Giantsi protiv SK, nakon toga G2 Fnatic, tako da čekaju nas, živ sam, jako opasna serija, biće jako zabavno, ja očekujem da će najverovatnije ekipa G2-a stompati, a za ovu prvu već je veliko pitanje. Mislim da Giantsi ulaze nešto jači, ali s druge strane, eto, SK juče došli do svoje prve pobjede, tako da sve tu postoji šanse da se dogodi. Svako će vidjeti kakva će biti situacija. Što se drafta tiče, ok, Giantsi ne ide nužno Raj s ovim draftom toliko. Ari je mnogo bolja ako to želiš da radiš. Ali dobro.
Just lock down Yappa and stop the young AD carry from continuing his momentum.
It's also oftentimes you'll leave Ezreal by himself on that mid wave to try and fight against the Kai'Sa. But if you land that Void Missile, you can shoot yourself in and then immediately kill the Ezreal. Like, you have that assassination power. So that's why so often we see Kai'Sa as an answer into the Ezreal a lot of these.
Zanima šta će
But as you say, like, the dive is still going to be relatively tough.
Šta će raditi lider na midu.
Got to figure out what the rest of this composition is going to be. I think you've still got decent tools for SK to fight against what's a pseudo dive comp.
Yeah, and now they can also ban away some of the other support pairings that go well with the Kai'Sa as well. So Nautilus, we were actually looking right before coming into the game, and you were like, is Nautilus really the highest pick ban presence champ?
92% pick ban, and I was like, that seems bizarre. But yeah, he just gets banned so consistently, or locked in, as he's kind of that one answer we see in the engaged support role
into the enchanters. Yeah. And I believe this is now the 20th ban for Nautilus in just spring alone. If the stats that we're looking at are correct, we can maybe get production to confirm that before we...
Tako je, i opa iz EBL-a. Sad me zanima, opet kažem, mislim, lider je taj koji treba nešto da izvuče, navodno je bio Raj iz OTP, igrao Orianu, jednom i nije se, to je 2 puta i nije se najbolje proveo. Bar prvi game, drugi game izgleda okej.
Kill tool basically for the Kai'Sa that's in my head is like something like Leona, but Leona very much you have to play hyper aggressive in this matchup, and it's not the best of times, so I am wondering what they do.
Rel just got buffed. If they maybe go for something like that. I mean,
Blitz. Budi alfa, pikuj Blitza. To je moj tik, hvala puno. Draft Master 9000.
Nara and Azir banned on GX's side, so SK still need to lock in some solo laners. Wonder. Okay, it's not going to be the flex pick, Malphite, because they already have the Xin Zhao, but he did make some bold claims earlier.
I mean, if Lot takes Jace, maybe we have a chance, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. Either way, yeah, I mean, Aurora has kind of been a lot of the answers that we've seen into Rise, and Nivea has been the other one. But we just have to see if leader is comfortable. Galio, also decent, can kind of tank a lot of that damage from the Rise in the early stages.
Galio.
Which is fantastic. Plus, you're seeing dive.
Lider Galio, ok, to je interesantno. Ne znam baš koliko će moći da nosi s tim pikom, ali... Razmišljam da li Galio setup za Wundera, se nadali da će ovi pikati Rambla. Jer why Rumble Kai'Sa je dobar komp, ali zašto bi pikao Rumble kad imaš Ryze, to je pitanje.
Something that deals some AD damage, because if you end up going, as you say, for Kai'Sa's somewhat AP damage as well, so you end up in a lot then into the Galio. So Nico, ton of sense, push, hope for the engage. It does mean though, again, you're kind of playing very heavily into the hands of this Galio, which has me a little bit nervous if I'm Giant X, because you kind of look for like this wombo of Nico, Vi, and Kai'Sa all trying to one-shot someone, and Galio just kind of saves the day.
Yeah, he just throws up the shield of Durand and just says, nope, you're not going to get past me. And also then factor in the, again, we already mentioned the Xin Zhao ultimate. Even Gwen can go immune, so this is kind of hard comp to get on top of here. SK has a really good kite back, not the strongest move forward. Really the only engage tool that they would have is like Xin Zhao just jumping in with a Galio following him up. But when you look at GX's comp, I think that SK are happy to say, we're going to let them come to us. They're going to be Zion ulting, they're going to be Kai'Sa ulting, Vi ulting, all these engage tools.
It's also you've got good answers then for the 1-3-1 later on with, you know, the Gwen being able to play through Sion on the side. You've got Galio who can match the Rise. So I think you just got a lot of tools there. So I think if this is the game for SK, I think they've got like good skirmishing early, good early game setup. And when I think
Ne znam, šta mislite, koji je draft? Koji se vama draft više sviđa?
Their performance in the early game, I think this is where I want to see them try and kickstart themselves into the mid game.
Fair enough. Well, players already on stage. We're going to get into game 1 of GX versus SK shortly. SK again picking up their first series win. GX currently sitting with 1 series win themselves.
I Giantsi SK su na jednu.
We got the offensive versus the defense comps, the sword versus the shield. We got GX versus SK. And also, we have a fun stat breakdown. Yesterday in the 2-0 win, Wonder achieved his 300th win of his career. So shout out Wonder. Wow. That's a lot of wins.
I also had it in my head that he would just be at more, because I think back to like his time on G2, but Jackie's getting caught out a smidge here.
Yeah, and also that is an LEC only stat, not factoring, you know, global events and such, but still impressive for Wonder right there. As we saw a little invade right there, the ward placed by leader, so they're going to help spot out where Yzma is pathing towards. Took some chunk of damage, but traded it right back into Jackie, so actually kind of an odd start here for the mid laners, not having full health bars.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely benefits leader a little bit, because if you can look for the like all-in, where you get that double passive punch, you have a chance here as leader. Try and take down Jackie's like later on, but still, once you can kind of keep yourself safe as Galio, you've done your job, and all you have to do is match. So it's not about so much as leader winning the lane, so much as just kind of getting through it as best you can.
Yeah, you're able to, even if you don't get that lead yourself, impact the side lanes very well as Galio, and help out your Xin Zhao anytime you get invaded as well. But I'm still thinking that GX is going to be the ones pulling the trigger more often than not. They have the engage tool, so we got to keep our eyes on those. Yzma starting on the bot side, and well, now we spotted on that ward, and we'll start to path up. Leader does get a nice little trade there. But with the Vi pathing topside towards the Scion, I'm expecting more of just a full clear, go for the reset after the Scuttle Crab, and not going for an early lane gank like we sometimes can see Vi's do.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just more of a case of like bog standard when it comes to the jungle clears.
Ajmo sad tako da imamo šta i kako.
So we'll see how this one goes, because you got push on top.
Mislim, jedina stvar koja mene malkice trunku zabrinjava je koliko će Gwen moći da nosi sama ako ode u Hyperlate. Jer Kai'Sa, Ryze imaju mnogo više carry potencijala nego Ezreal, Galio. I Xinu isto dosta opada damage ka late game-u. Tako da sam u fazonu SK izgleda giga dobro u mid game-u, ali mislim da u late game-u to malo lošije. Mogu Isma da flashuje ovo. Ne znam što Isma nije flashovo. I flashovat će svejedno. Samo da je preneo Q damage sa flashom, mnogo bi u bolje poziciji bio, iskreno. Jer znao je da će Gwen da se flasha gore. Mogu baci Q samo flash da prebaci Q damage. Mislim, nije malo, tipa 100-ak damage bi radio s fully charge Q-om. Možda bi mogli to da urade onda bez Sion flasha. Nisam 100% siguran, svako je bilo bezbednije. Jako lepo od Isme da kavera mid. Clean. 10 ljudi moji, dobrodošli još jednom. Teša poz Kevine. Gde si Jacke legendo? Ne znam, mislim, iskreno, ova serija prva, pošto imamo samo 2 serije danas, prva serija navijam za SK, mislim će Giantsi dobiti. To je moj take. Mislim da Giantsi pobeđuju, mislim su bolja ekipa, ali navijam za SK zbog Jope. Druga serija, mislim da G2 gazi fnatic. Ali opet je kao derbi, ono, G2 fnatic, razumete, tako da, ja mislim će druga serija biti Stomp. Ali ova serija, mislim da su Giantsi samo kvalitetniji tim. SK je došlo do prve pobjede do duše juče, tako da ajde, mislim, gdje je jedna pobjeda, tu su možda i dve, ko zna. Tako da vidjet ćemo. Wunder se malo mučio na carry pikovima, lider također ima Clean of Champion pool i opet uvek igrao dobro i uvek igra Eza, to je često igra Eza. Turbo interesantno da je ovaj game otišao na exhaust, a ne na TP, da znam zašto je to uradio. Jer i Opa zna da point ove partije jeste da će Vaj da ga ulta, Kajsa će da ulta na Vaj ulti i onda će Kajsa da ga šota. I onda ako rana exhaust možda exhausta Kajsu, da Kajsa ne može da ga šota. A mislim da je Noah otišao na TP jer je očekivao da će i Opa ići na TP. Ovo je stvari jako interesantna tematika ovdje. Noah je bio u fazonu, samo nije li trebam smanjiti, ne trebam. Noah je bio u fazonu, on igra TP, moram i ja TP da mu pariram. A da je Noah otišao na cleanse, bio bi 50 puta jači ovdje. Jer ti ga dajvaš, on te exhausta, ti cleansaš i samo ga šotaš. Ovako s TP-om, boga mi, dajvova ti backline bez drugog combat summonera je malo flippy. Tako da nemam pojma. Ne znam koliko mi se to sviđa. Fajn. Nije hteo da proba da proka phase za taj Mousepad, nego je samo ghost, ovo što je fajn. TP od Noe. And you can still cover any sort of move play here if you wanted to try and go in towards the dragon if you're on the side of Isma. So now Isma has to go back up towards that top side. It's just kind of singular cap is there because his wolves are going to be spawning a good bit later. So now Isma's just kind of dat ga treba da iskulira sa analiza. To je sve što ću reći na ovaj komentar, ali dobro, decent, fine. Ismin 6 mislim da je jači, veći je impact nego Skinzo za genkove. Za Dragon Fight, Xin ulti je dosta jak, očigledno ignorišeš range damage, Rise, Kajsa, čak i Niko je popričao dobro. Ali da. Okay, so Violet, if you can't understand Serbian, my recommendation is just to watch the official broadcast. Because basically what I'm doing here is a Serbian watch party, kind of like Ariel is doing on Twitch. So that's why the casters are a little bit more quiet. So if you want to listen to the feed in English only, just type LEC in the search feed, and you're going to get their official broadcast, which is basically what I'm watching as well. So. But you just get it without my commentary, because again, if you can't understand Serbian, then, you know, you can just watch the official broadcast. This is a Serbian watch party, so yeah. Casters are going to be slightly more quiet. Miki nema mane. Možda nema što da radi. Yeah, it's all good. Enjoy your stream, dude. And I guess thank you for stopping by, even if it was on accident. Šta sam teo da kažem? Pre nego što se bacio, mogu bi ja kasto malo na engleskom, malo da ga pecnemo. Ne bi bilo loše. Fore što Giantsi generalno igraju giga dobar early game. I Giantsi su i protiv mnogo boljih ekipa u early game-u hard winali. Tako da SK mislim da samo treba da ostane ono mentalno sklopljen i da budu u fazonu, znamo da ćemo možda izgubiti malo early, ali i dalje Giantsi prave puno grešaka kasnije. Tako da je to ono što me što bi trebalo njima prolazi kroz glavu. Giantsi dobiju i bolje ekipe u early game. To je fora. Isma wants to then try and look for some sort of play bot. Has level 6, has the ultimate available, and you've got Kajsa and Jun there. It feels like Skinzo uzima free. Mislim, video je Vaj na Raptorima. Vaj zna da će biti bot side, zna da mu je red up, tako da i to možeš da pretpostaviš da će biti na bot side-u. Tako da uzmeš free grompove, on je dole, ti imaš svoj top jungle, fine trade za Zaxina. SK malo bolje igra oko objektiva, što je totalno fine. I lider ide na Halloween Radiance, tako da on ne bi trebao nikad umre od... Ne bi trebao da umre od Aiza, nije baš nikad, ali... Treba bi da bude okej. Nespeđa. Da znaš, ne znam da ti Ivan pisao, dao sam mu tvoj Insta da ti piše za sestra njegova ima nekih problema. Nisam siguran da li možeš baš to rešiti, ali sam svako bio u fazonu, profesionalna konsultacija s tobom nije na odmet. Pošto je valjda jahala konja, pala s konja i onda je polomila ruku i nešto s ključnom kosti koja nije gde treba da bude. Ne znam kakva je tačno situacija, opet, ali da znaš, pisat će ti Ivan sa streama, kao, nemam pojma, mislim, znaš svakako bolje šta i kako, kapiram da ako ništa može dati dobar savjet. Da znaš da sam da će ti pisati Ivan na Instagramu, da je isto sa streama, brate. Jer ne znam, kažem, ne znam kakva je full situacija, znam da je baš bila neka nezgodna povreda. Da je baš bila nezgodna povreda, tako da pisat će ti verovatno večeras kad se probudi. Ušao master, opa, nice, brate, nice. I vidio nov set. Lepo izgleda nov TFT, iskreno. Živ sam. Lepo izgleda nov TFT. Izbacili Carousel, konačno. Mislim, konačno. Cool je da prave neke promjene u TFT-u, nemam pojma. Ja sam odigrao jedan game novog seta i kao... previše mi igara izlazi ovih dana i onda više ne znam ni šta bi igrao. Tako da, mnogo toga ima. Jackies ima 2 rune, možda baci spell, dobije brda movement speeda. Okej, nice. Pa gle, uvek ti ono. Kad izađe nov set, pecaš ga malo da vidiš kakav je. Mada svima se ovoj 16 mnogo sviđa. Giants su predobri u early game-u. Ovo je bukvalno, znači, ova ekipa Giantsa je toliko dobra u early game-u. Toliko su dobri u early-u koliko ne znam da igraju late game. I oni svaki game ovako nakantaju sve prvih 15-20 minuta i onda samo se sapliću od sebe i gube game jer ne znaju šta rade. Nevjerovatno je koliko su istovremeno mnogo dobra i užasna ekipa. Samo što se malo plašim da SK neće znati kako da se vrati. Šta predstavlja ikonice Lenova ispod imena ekipa? Jocko, to su ti roll questovi. Ne znam da li si stigao da igraš LoL ove sezone, ali u suštini svaki roll ima svoj quest. Kada riješiš taj quest, dobiješ neku nagradu. Recimo na topu to je više XP-a, max level cap do levela 20 možeš otići i dobiješ teleport ako ga nemaš, ako ga imaš upgradeuje se. AD carry dobiješ jedan item slot i tako sad svaki roll ima svoje nagrade. I te ikonice Lenova su ti tu dok se ne završi roll quest. Ovdje trenutno samo je Sion završio roll quest i zato vidiš da je lot skoro ceo level, to je definitivno je ceo level iznad Gwen. Evo upravo je AD carry završio, vidiš, dobio je gold i bonus slot. I sad ako pogledaš dole, on ima 3, 6, 7 item slotova. Svi imaju 6, on ima 7 item slotova. Jer će mu boots biti odvojen. Možda vidiš ovako ima jednu malu tačkicu ispod secondary rune i tu su mu čizme, te čizme kad kupi stavit će mu tu. Jednom kada svi rolovi završe sve roll questove, onda to nestane. Ali kao cool je da pratimo, da znamo ko je dokle stigo i ko je ahead, jeli. Sljedeći set je bolji od ovoga, ali gori od prošlog. Fair. Dobro da, GP roll kompovi su bili big. I opet, bro, exhaust je samo jači. Nema problema, uvek. Da, GP i GP Draven se baš previše igralo, Bilgewater spam je bio stvar. Ja ne znam da ću igrati TFT iskreno. Razmišljam i nisam siguran, ali... vidjet ću. Jer fora je što 8. to je za 3 dana, izlazi Pokemon Champions, što je u suštini Pokemon Arena, bukvalno. Samo se biješ sa drugim igračima, online igraš ranked i klajmaš se i mislim da je to jako cool. Tako da ću vjerojatno igrati Pokemon Champions, bar ću probati. 9. izlazi još jedna igra koja mi se čini dosta interesantna, nju isto trebam probati. I onda pored toga pecnuti i LOL, imati Game Night, imati Movie Night, s Patreonima, svašta nešto. Malo je, ono, ne znam da li baš imam vremena za TFT iskreno, ali vidjet ćemo. Jopa je jako lepo odigrao, ovaj je rekao ja imam exhaust, ti nemaš. Bukvalno samo summoner div. A igra izradi baš previše damage. Jopa, okej. Ne, oni ga ne stižu. Japa, opet je Japa. Eto vidite. Opet Japa. Neverovatno mi je da mu niko ne kaže da nije Japa. Čovek kastuje jako dugo, ali ništa. Da li bi se takmičio u natural bodybuildingu? Možda. Mislim, nisam ani blizu, brate, neke forme za tako nešto, iskreno streameru. Nisam ni blizu toga, ali da li bi bilo interesantno jednom u životu izaći na stage, raditi tako nešto, mislim što da ne. Trenutno što se tiče mog ono kao fitnessa i to što radim, kao prioritet mi je samo da budem zdrav. Kao to radim radi zdravlja, radi ono nekog mentalnog mira, ali nekad u životu ono probati tako nešto, mislim da bi bilo cool. Mislim, tako nešto bi recimo bilo dosta teško, jer ako bi baš katovao intenzivno, mnogo bi se osjetilo na mom poslu. Jer kao ja opet trebam imati energije da pričam, da streamujem, da se zezam, a ono, od 4 nedelje out pa na dole ne bi imao snage da pričam, razumeš? Istrenirao bi i spavao bi, to je otprilike to. Tako da ne znam koliko sam u mogućnosti da radim tako nešto, ali mislim da bi bilo jako, jako cool. To je play. Ne skevnem, a jesam, okej sam, nije strašno. Vidi, sve dok me temperatura prošla, jer ja sam pre tipa 5-6 dana na streamu rekao da imam temperaturu, ja sam streamao s temperaturom jer kao, osjetio sam da imam temperaturu, ali bio sam dovoljno dobro da streamam, ja sam bio u fazonu fuck it, samo streamujemo lagano. Ali sad kao nemam temperaturu, pa sam fajn, samo košljucam malo. Sljedeći age reversing, znate, ne. Nema, samo treba, ono, raditi na zdravlju u granicama normale. To je neki play. Mislim da ono što sad rade ovi milioneri, samo nek oni to nastave, blago meni. Sve je to okej. Ovako jebenem. Si znam, ali ne ovako. Ne znam da li je ovo Dusk and Dawn ili Nashor znak Ben. Volio bi da je Dusk and Dawn. Mada u Siona nije ni Nashor toliko loš iskreno, tako da nemam pojma. I Opa baš lepo igra, iskreno. Baš mislim da čak i da ne ostane u SK, mislim da Jopa zaslužuje slot u lecu. Iskreno, baš se lepo pokazao. Na sljedećem itemu. Ezreal je tipa 600 golda od toga da bude najjači na mapi. Ajde mimo Isme, možda Isme baš je dobio puno resursa, ima ceo Black Cleaver, ali mi se dropaju Drake jer Ezreal nema Muramanu. Da je Jopa našao još kill 2 i da ima Muramanu u 17. i 18. minuti, mislim da su oni biju za to. Iskreno. Mislim da je full legitimno da su ovdje nabadaju. Dobro. U stvari sam provalio zašto ga zove Japa. Zato što kastuje sa Britancima, a oni ga zovu Jopa. I onda on čuje japa i onda je u fazonu japa. Zašto je to najbliže tome što ima smisla. Jer ne čuje jopa. Jer je on za Engleze jopar. Jopar. Ali zvuči kao japa, tako da kad malo bolje razmislim, ne mogu ga krivim. Jopar. Ali japar. Jopar. Doduše dobro, oni Oriano zovu Orionar. To mi je najjače. Tristanar i oni Orionar. Lako izvuče Orionar, ali ajde. Što je interesantno, jer ja kao komentarišem kako Englez izgovara engleske riječi. Ali opet zvuči smiješno, mislim, kao stvarno ne postoji R na kraju Orijane. Te ne znam gdje su našli. Kao Orijana. A. I Orijanar. Tristana R. Ne ovako. U dobar ult. Ode skins. Ovo je dive. Ovo je loš dive. U stvari loš dive. Mislim, okej su, ali malo su ga zeznuli. Tako se izjasnimo. Dobro, mislim da je vedao. Kažem opet ljudi, znači, moj predikt 2-1 Giants i 2-0 G2, ali da dobiju Giants i 2-0 ne bi se iznenadio. Mislim, bolji su. Kao nema šta. SK i dalje ima mnogo problema, relativno mlada ekipa. Bez da budem BM, ali kao realno Wunder i Miki su davno prošli svoj prime. Šta Lot radi? Brat moj Assassin Sion, pogledajte ga. Kaka zverina. I opa, mnogo lepo koristi egzost. Ryze je tražio da ukrade red. On će da umre zašto je probao da ukrade red, neće, ima flash. Iš. Lot. Porta se u Galija. Čuo sam ja za tog lika što se porta u Galija jednom. I ovdje vidite kako je Giants i to ono što vam kažem. Giants prave mnogo grešaka. Znači jesu jaki, jesu dobra ekipa, sve je to super, ali definitivno postoji mnogo više grešaka od Giantsa nego recimo G2-a ili KC-a kada su ahead. Tako da, ne znam. Naučio sam to odavno da se nikad ne hypujem za Giants. To je prvo pravilo leca. Rogue će igrati sat vremena i neće raditi ništa i nemojte se hypujte za Giants. Koliko god dobro izgledali, samo će da čokaju. Pogotovo u play-offu. Bukvalno svaki split. Krenu insane i onda samo krenu da rundownuju iz nekog razloga. Da, mislim, znaš šta je problem? Problem je što SK, njihov late game carry je Wunder na Gwen. To je to. Znači, Xin, Galio, Ezreal i Karma samo ne rade damage kasnije. Mislim, ajde Ezreal tu i tamo, ade carry, ali u poređenju s Kai'Som neće biti dovoljno. S druge strane, Sion ima infinite health, Vi, Niko su ok setup, ali Ryze i Kai'Sa samo imaju bolestan damage. I to je ono što je mnogo jako za ekipu Giantsa. Sad, mislim, Kai'Sa ide na AP build, tako da to može malkice da utiče na sve. Jer Galio također sad dobija mnogo veći potencij kao carry, jer Galio radi mnogo više što ima više AP-a s druge strane. Tako da, Ryze je AP, Kai'Sa je AP, Giantsi nemaju AD carry-a. Kao u kasnijim fazama partije, Giantsi nemaju toliko AD damage-a. Pa onda možda Galio nešto možda uradi, mada trenutno s ovim itemima. Isma, molim te. Še, Drake je up, znači, pogledajte što vam kažem, koliko Giantsi nešto traje. Znači, Drake je up i Isma, brat mu ide se bije kod Barona. Kao, bro, jači si, samo idite 5-man na Drake-a, uzmite zmaja broj 3. Ali ovo je ono što Giantsi rade. Nije do SK, do Giantsa je ovde. Da. Pogledaj to, znači, gle, ti radiš Drake, šta, pogledaj Isma. Znači, ovo, bro, ovo je, ja vama ne mogu dopišem koliko je ovo reportable. Znači, šta Isma, oni su imali vision kod Barona. Molim vas, nek mi neko objasni šta je bilo ovo kod Isma. Znači, lik bukvalno grifuje, ali ovo je ono što kažem rade Giantsi. Jackies je nevjerovatno talentovan, Noah i Jun su jako dobro botlane, Lot radi dobro, Isma je rundowner, užasan. I kažem, generalno ekipa Giantsa mnogo grešaka pravi. Ali, sve to nakon 20. minuta. Znači, early game turbo clean. Skirmishes su im dobri, lepo se biju, i onda dođe 20-25 minut i ja ne znam šta se događa. Znači, ovakvi play-evi, ja ne mogu ovo da objasnim. Ja ne znam zašto se ovo događa. Kao šta natera Ismu da baci Q u taj žbun? Drake up. Imaš više na Baronu. Znaš da ne rade Barona, ti radiš zmaja. Zašto radiš bilo šta? Uzmi trećeg Drake-a, čekaj četvrtog. Da li najjači Drake nije, ali na Sionu je mnogo jak. Čak i na Ryzu nije toliko loš. Tako da nije mala stvar. Čudno, jako čudno. Up on CS, he's been constantly getting plates. It's only 500 gold, which at this stage, next to nothing. And you're starting to get towards 3 items, like he's matching a lot of the items that are coming through in the opposite side. But the key one is that Jackies has finished. Slažem se. Pa dobro, mislim, sad zavisi, znaš šta je fora, zavisi. Jer dosta je i sinergije i kako voliš da igraš LoL. To je dosta bitna stvar. Free. Jako loše od SK također da ne znam što se događa ovdje. Imaju dovoljno vardova, ali samo jako spori na movu. Ne, sigurno slažem se, je, Sergio pravo si, postoji neki razlog. Ali kao od kad je Jackies došao u Giantse, konstantno se isto događa. Znači, neobjašnjive greške. Jer kažem, ovaj Q žbun, znači, ne postoji jedan univerzum. Ne vidiš ih na topu, na midu, na botu, na Drakeu, na Baronu i bacaš Q žbun. Kao, znaš, bukvalno... To je ono pitanje da li bi se meni dogodilo dok čitam chat na stream, a ne njemu ko igra na LED stage-u. Tako da, ne znam šta je razlog iza toga, ali definitivno nije optimalno. TFT za 10 dana, pa dobro. To je chill. Jadan Ezra. Lider splita sa Galijom. Uzet će tier 2. Izgubit će 2 tier 2 za to. Nije najbolji trade. Problem je što Jop ostaje bez mane dok bija Lota, a Lot ne umire. Mislim da samo... Ovo je u stvari jako dobar TP. Jun je mrtav za to. A ono što je dosta bitno je što dead timer i dalje nije 60 sekundi. Tako da Jun u stvari ima vremena da se respawne i da dođe na Drake fight. Samo što kažem opet da Izma nije izintovo, ovo bi bio soul point za Giantse, uzmu Drake-a, imaju soul i lagana priča. Jackies je prejak, igra savršenu partiju, 3-0-4 na Ryzu, Actualizer gotov, vjerovatno ide ka zoni. Ili deadcap. Ali puno damage dolazi u Jackiesa. A ne znam šta je s liderom i s armorom, on ima... Vrat ima armor boots, ima... Ja ne mogu vera. Čovjek ima armor boots i builda zoniju. Ja ne mogu verujem. Ne razumijem zašto Armor ucko te basicove, brate. I što je najcrnije od svega, čak i Black Cleaver na Ismi mi se ne sviđa. Jer za koga šredaš Armor? Ne znam se da li mi je gore što Isma uzima Armor Shed ili što lider uzima što lider uzima Armor. Kao, bukvalno se ne zna šta je gore. Jako, jako čudno. Da, ali mislim da je ovdje tipa Force of Nature ugao. Kajsa te tapka konstantno s Magic Damage-om, to nije loše. Mada Jopa će da ih prebije, ne znam šta rade ovdje. Jopa Exhaust na no će da umre od Wundera. SK je dobio fight ovdje. Jako, jako loš fight Giantsa. Jopa mnogo lepo igra, mnogo lepo fajta. Ja ne mogu vrati, ovo je nevjerovatno kako grifaju. Uzmu Drake i baci game. Uzmu si zmaja, čekaj 4 minuta, uzmi sol. Mislim, Wunder kogod je bio 0-4 igra Gwen, on će naskilovati i bit će prejak. Braća ko da prvi put kastaju Giants. TP. Bravo, Jun. Izbit ovoga je. I dalje nije bitno, nema šta se uzme. 50 sekundi, a 75 je Baron timer. Gledaj to. I biješ se sezon preko 2 zida gdje može da igra oko Arcane Shifta kako hoće. Ovo je najbolja moguća pozicija za Ezreala. Mislim, verovali su da će Jun uspjeti da konektuje ulti na Ezu pa da probaju tako da ga činci sijaju, ali... lepo, jako, jako lepo od SK također. Banshee gotov na Galiju.
And you're kind of just losing the position now as lot because of all that true damage to really fight against Wonders. So I'm wondering... Šta je poenta Banshee na mili mage-u?
Pa, stvarno nisam siguran, ne sviđa mi se ovaj build. Moram da pogledam Galio. Kao, mislim, sve ti proko je Banshee. Da, bukvalno, evo, gledam u solo queue, niko nikad Banshee nije napravio u solo queue, užasan item. For the unstoppable onslaught, and he is positioning for that, but that means that they're not getting the shove on that bot wave currently. The wave... Ne, jako, jako loše. Jer niko živ ne bilda Banshee. Zašto se Banshee prokuje? Ti si mili heroj. Kao, nema ni jedan razlog. Namišljam kao možda kao kad hoće da ulta, da mu ne cancelaju ulti, ali pro Banshee možda proka spell koji nije CC. Kao, nema ono. Ovdje, ovo i bez Banshee uradio. Kao za mu nije trebao Banshee. Mislim, čak vidim da se evo redko i Shurelija builda, pre bi Shurelijom nego Banshee. You know, okay, I'm gonna take it back. It wasn't tag, it was Red Rover. Do you play Red Rover? Yeah. That was Red Rover. Red Rover sent the leader right over. Yeah. As they just. And leader did go over. He did go over. Yeah. Can in fact confirm. Yeah, that wave is still pushing in on the top side, but SK did get that shove mid, and we're to kind of a standard position right now where neither team has clear advantage on the rift outside of the side lanes. Sad će da vidim. I sad će Smite fightaju i Skins će da ukrade. To, pa smapa, flipajte ga. Sreća pa Skins nije znao smajta ovdje, inače bi baš bilo problema. Ovo je jako loš baron. Uzeli su ga, ali jako je loš. Svaki baron koji je 50-50 nije dobar baron, ako mene pitate, osim ako niste sigurni da imate neki confirm za Nunu Chogat, razumete, nešto što vam kao Kalista, garantovano daje barona. Plezi oput uzme Zonju. Može da bude. Da, može da bude. Mislim, svako je morao da ide na Last Whisper. Serilda ili LDR, LDR je možda trunku bolji. Mislim, Jopa ima opcija ovde. Da nije Sion, ja bi čak rekao Hex Optics Infinity ako hoće da cheeza s damage-om. Ali mislim da mu je survivability mnogo veći prioritet ovde. Prebio je Ismu, Noah je uzeo Wave, što je fine. No nije otišao na Dusk and Dawn, to je dosta interesantno na ovom buildu. Moraju da brstaju Jopu, da. I to je to, da Jopa i to je GG. Iskreno, ovdje, ovaj fight specifično, se bacim na kratku analizu. Ekipa SK je bila na totalno drugačijem nivou. Jopa je odigrao, mislim nije on kriv, ali odigrao je kao da igra solo queue. Znači, po kretnji Jope, čini mi se da nije bilo komunikacije na to kako će da pile ako on engage na Jopu. Ovaj game, to je to, nema šta mislim. Ali kao, ni Skins nije bio u poziciji da pila, ni liderov ulti nije bio tu na vreme. Karma Crucible nije bacila na Eza. Jako loše odigrano od strane SK. Kao da bukvalno nisu znali kako će odigrati. I onda je Jopa igrao solo survival mod, razumete? Solo self-found Ezreal. Baš i nije najbolja stvar kad te 5 ljudi fokusira. Dobro, mislim, očekivano. Ne znam šta vam kažem, iskreno. Nisam iznenađen, nismo malo grifovali, nisam ni za to iznenađen. Giants uzimaju game 1. Verovatno, kažem, uzimaju game 2. Nakon toga gledamo G2 i Fnatic, što mi će biti apsolutna fiesta. Tako da, pauzica, mislim da je 10 minuta. Ja idem opet iskuliram na pauzu, uživajte intervju, pa se vidimo u game broj 2.
Yes, sir. I'm here with Isma. Isma, another bloody game. There's so many invades. There's so much stuff happening in the early game. How do you keep getting away with it? How are you smurfing all these early games so much?
I mean, I think my early game, I really worked on the early game part. You know, I think I became really good at it. But in mid game, this game, I made the game as well really hard, you know, so I guess I won it in a way and I lost it in a way, but we won in the end.
No, it's fine. Early game is all that matters. So here's the thing. Me and Finn made a bet on the desk, and he has to dress up as a bunny because he said that SK was going to win first game. What do you think about him having to do that? How can he believe in SK so much?
I mean, I don't know. I just watched up, I guess. Watched the player.
All right, thank you so much, Isma. I'm going to let you go back to your team. Congratulations. But now we're going to go to the desk and see how beautiful Finn ends up being as a bunny.
Washed up player dressed as a bunny. You're having a tough one, Finn.
Whatever, I'm over. We're gonna break down
that
fantastic game by GX Gaming. So I will do it as professionally as I can, despite my attire. Okay, we're gonna go straight into it. To me, that game was decided in the mid lane because there was a crucial team fight. Stop it, Odo.
I'm not stopping it. I'm enjoying this to the max.
At 10 minutes was a crucial team fight where SK clearly lost the game. And I want to break it down bit by bit exactly where it went wrong. So, as we see, we have a little mid lane intervention here. I'm going to scroll it back because now I spoiled it for you and that's not very good at all.
Oh, that's even more fun.
Yes. So, it's going to be SK looking for this fight. But this is how it looks before. Mickey is showing on the board. Leader is stepping out, wanting to contest his wave, while Jun and Isma is hovering. Now, it does look like GX has no backup because Sign is walking to bot lane, Kai'Sa is walking to bot lane, but they have 2 teleport spells available, and that's how they got the numbers advantage. So as we roll out this fight, Leader goes in onto Jackis, and Isma lands, the wind becomes lightning. And now Isma has a choice. Do you want to go into this meat grinder by starting Q? There is an eco there. I think if you go in there, Xinqiao, you need to insta-hit that ultimate to knock them away so you can isolate Jackis.
Hold up, but did he ult?
Well, I'm going to show you, Odamne, why SK maybe wasn't victorious this game, because Skins did in fact not ult, and he doesn't end up getting anything off before getting one-shot by the Nico. Oppa! So, Galio goes into there, and they're trying to beat down the jungle here, but despite Wunder's TP, there's still a Sion ult. Kai'Sa's TP'd in her suddenly, and what looked like an even-numbered fight now has turned into a complete disaster for SK Gaming. Noah is here with the killer instinct. Sion is here with the trained Choo-Choo, and it's just nothing they can do. Joppa is trying to get some gold on the bot lane tower, I guess, but Wunder also ends up going down, and that's a 0-3 Gwen. That's not a very strong Gwen, and that's not a very strong performance.
Oh, that sucks for you,
SK
Finn.
Gaming.
What a breakdown. Congratulations.
I can't believe someone would actually bet to dress up in a bunny suit in the case that SK would lose.
That's a W, Finn, right there. You know,
That's
there
a W.
it is.
That's a W for GX. That's not a W for SK, though. A lot of ankles breaking here. How did they get here? Because something that we've been talking about is the fact that Isma in the early game, he gets things going. He is the engine of that GX team in the early game. How did he get in this situation, Finn? Do you want to tell us?
So, I mean, the early game was quite clever by Isma. I mean, Isma actually ended up going at the back end of that. From my point of view, he was in a bad position, but he really made good choices. Because we have said time and time again that GX lives and dies by Noah. But Laura, as you've highlighted before, I think that's not true anymore. Because Isma is the one making all these plays. He's getting invaded, but he sees this really tight gank window on the top lane here, forces Wunder's flash, and when Lot commits his flash, that's just an easy kill. And suddenly, he's the one getting invaded. He's the one on the back foot, but he's turned this situation into a winning fight for GX. And I think this is where it all snowballed, because when Gwen doesn't have the side pressure, she becomes quite timid, like a bunny.
It was extremely impressive because he keeps finding these windows, you know, but this is where we also have to criticize SK a little bit, because Skeens had his number for the whole game. Skeens knew exactly where Isma was for the whole time, but Isma was always in this position where he had only one play and he just made it work. Why are you so close to me?
I'm listening to you.
What do you want to hear?
Do you
want to tell you more about Isma?
I got nervous.
Leave you guys alone, or
I mean,
what's
Aldo
the
did
plan
say
here?
he likes dressing up as a bunny before this bet was made.
You know what?
Okay, guys, I had too much coffee when I said I did not mean that, I swear.
This is a
Aldo, talk to me
broadcast-friendly
exactly what SK needs to do to come back in game 2.
SK needs to do? Ooh. Well, I want to talk about the drafts, because what happened was that I saw the most anti-SK draft that I have ever seen, maybe.
So what made them good yesterday that didn't work out today, and what they brought to the Rift?
A lot of agency. So I think yesterday SK just had a lot of agency, because if you can see, we had leader on Akali, leader on Orianna was a little bit, you know, even though it's a mage, it does stuff. Galio, it feels like the most anti-leader champion that I have ever seen, you know, because he has to play a lot slower, a lot more controlled. I just think that they had a lot more agency, because they don't necessarily want to draft, you know, I guess the best champions, or like the most meta champions, but they just want to have individual agency and a lot of playmaking potential, so that when the skirmishes start and it's all about the chaos, they have tools to make that happen.
You say this.
Why do you have a plant?
He's a bunny. Like
hungry.
He's role-playing to the max here. You say this, guys, but like they were still finding ways to claw their way back into the game. So did it come down to execution? Can they actually pull drafts like this?
I mean, I think a lot of weight was on Wunder's shoulders, and he had an absolute stinker this game. Wunder had a perfect Gwen game. He was set up for success from the draft, and he did just not deliver. I genuinely think it comes down to that. And I want to see SK go back to what worked yesterday. Yesterday, you had Wunder on a stable top lane that didn't require a lot of interaction. You had Joppa on the Astral, which he showed still is very good, but you can do that on any self-sufficient AD carry. I just want SK to make their battlefield around that mid-support jungle. Give leaders something volatile, or at least a mage that can have a lot of lane pressure.
Yeah, what worked yesterday? Go down to the basics, SK. That brought you guys success. Let's see if they can make it happen in game 2.
A lot of it also on Lot. He did pick up that one double kill, so not exactly where you want it to be, but ooh, Yapa actually goes in aggressively onto Noah, has the exhaust for the 1v1, and Noah does not get the ult over the wall. Yapa with a solo kill.
Go, just go. I think, just go. You were dying. Tank. I'm tanking. I'm not tanking anymore. Gwen. I'm just in front. Nice. Yeah, just end, I guess. Go mid.
See no place.
We can end for sure. He has no ult, no flash.
See no place, okay?
We have Nash still.
Brother. Let me try.
Wait.
Brother. Let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of GX versus SK, where currently GX are in the lead, but I polled the audience, and by that I mean I asked like 3 people who they were cheering for, and they all said SK, so I think right now they want a Game 3.
I mean, I'd kind of be down for it, but it is kind of bedlam on the rift, so God only knows what way this is going.
I mean, if you look at just that last game, I feel like SK could have won at certain moments in there. They were getting back into it. GX were giving them angles, but GX were able to kind of wrestle it back into control and have a really big team fight to close it out. So if they can do that twice, I do think that this, I would more lean the 2-0. I feel like GX are feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, and I think as well, like the the way the draft was set up, it kind of gave them a little bit of an easier time as well. Once they got a lead, it felt like they were just able to snowball out of control. I think SK were kind of hoping to keep the game much more in touching distance so they could absorb that initial all-in, but it just, by the time they got to the late game, it was already too late.
Yeah, but the fact that SK made it interesting is why this team is so exciting, man. Unfortunately, they have lost the whole narrative of if it was best of ones, they would be undefeated.
Yeah,
so that's kind of out the window. But still, you watch an SK game and you never know what's gonna happen. Like, it's just chaos. It feels.
Yeah, it's because like you still have veterans on the squad that have good instincts to kind of go, oh, I understand what's about to happen. We can probably fish for a pick, or we can make some sort of play, or like Wunder has always been very good at playing in the side lanes because he understands how to use waves towards his advantage. So you kind of get these moments where, okay, they can find a pick or a play, and then it all starts to fall apart again afterwards. So it's just kind of like, you know, you have the bricks, just figuring out what to do with the concrete, and not getting it all over the
We need to hire an
places,
architect still. You know, you can have all the construction equipment, but you don't know how to put together the house yet. As GX still on the blue side, SK still on the red, and we have the first couple of bans come through here. It's going to be Pantheon and Akali, so still respect the leader. And there's that Nautilus. Man, he is just maintaining that highest big ban presence right
now. Because it's not like it's in my head. Because I look at things like the Karma that are super high priority, Orianna, and all these. Yes, like exactly. That, you know. But obviously, Nautilus is just very good at answering that. Speaking of Seraphine, Ash.
It's up, and Ash is locked in for GX.
Yeah, very, very quick, and it does make a lot of sense. Very strong, very easy to try and play through, and just enables a lot of those.
Evo nas ljudi, game broj 2. Giantsi su uzeli prvu partiju prilično ubedljivo. Mislim da moramo da se složimo. Ash opener vjerovatno Zaja. Dobar counter, ali neće Varusa da igraju, što je malo čudno, ali nema veze.
Senna Seraphine starting to come through as like a takeaway and stuff, but we'll have to see if that ends up being a thing. Either way, Var's going to be the pick here, answering long range with long range, a lot of clear, a lot of utility, and this was like back if you go a few years, kind of the answer into each other. Back we had like the prey arrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
The double bow and arrows.
Yes.
Yeah. Both with CC ultimates. They're basically the same champ.
Exactly.
If you really squint.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
And maybe just close your eyes. But Mundo could be locked in for Skeens either way to create a lot of space, because Varus, what he does need is things that can make space for him. He does not have a lot of mobility himself.
No, definitely does not. I'm curious what they want to try and pair with this Varus on the bottom side though. Maybe something like a Rakan for Mickey, but definitely want something that's going to be able to answer for the Seraphine. And you already have like the Nico and the Karma gone, so potentially just Bard is the answer here.
Well, they're going to go for the jungle instead. I love the Wukong into the Mundo specifically. You use the Cyclone once, you get through that passive, use the Cyclone again, you actually get the CC. So it's basically guarantees that you have engage on the Mundo, which sometimes can be tough.
It's also just kind of says, hey, we're just going to farm it out. Kind of handshake and say, look, we're both going to clear relatively well. We're just going to wait for our level 6s. And then as Giant X, that's where you can really start to come online. Because Mundo isn't really going to be ganking terribly hard in the early stages. So it kind of bypasses that weak spot for Wukong.
And it's a Nivea locked in.
Mundo je u stvari poprilično decent u Ash Seraphine.
This is kind of a three-way flex. It's most popular in the mid lane, but
a Nivea support je možda stvar, vidjet ćemo.
It's also like if anyone was going to bring it out, it'd be Mickey. This is the man of weird supports. Like he has for years been trying to get this Twisted Fate support to the main stage. Hasn't happened yet, but maybe we'll see it at some stage. But either way, like could be a decent answer into that bottom side. We saw it, I believe, in the LCK already, but I can't remember if it was into the Ash Seraphine. But either way,
I believe it's a non-special as well. But I will say, I'm expecting to not go top lane for the simple fact that Wunder did say on broadcast he's playing Malphite.
So which does give all the information you need to join.
If anything, this is a really draft disadvantage for SK because they didn't play game 1. They have to play it now to make sure they get it in.
He did say he would play it in game 1 though, which already makes me think maybe he was lying.
Wunder's a liar. That's crazy.
I don't know if he is though. Maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he meant to say game 2.
Oh, okay. Or maybe his coach vetoed that. So maybe he intended fully to. Yeah, we can always blame the coach, everybody, as it's Investa ban, it's Rumble ban, so focus on the top side of the Rift with these bans coming through. And again, this Anivia is like a weirdly annoying flex because it does mean that you can't necessarily throw just bans and supports because they could always throw it down there. I think the top lane makes a lot of sense.
I do think the Anivia probably isn't going support just because usually with the Anivia want something that's relatively short range because then you can kind of lock them down with the wall.
Mislim da je fajna Anivia. Ma Dash ima solidan DPS, čak i kad je obore u Ekfor, mislim da može da je ubije, tako da nisam baš siguran da li tu žele da idu.
Exactly, right? Like a Mel ban is almost always just a mid lane ban, which means like they're respecting can be flexed around. As I'm hearing from producers, Mickey has been playing a couple of Anivia games on his solo queue accounts. He's got 12 currently.
God only knows what that man's playing. I looked at his account and he had Cassante support. Like what do you want? Like that man plays everything.
Ako uzmu Real, breakali su flex. Ja ne znam kako laneuješ ovdje. Mili support u Ashe Seraphine, mislim da je baš rough. Mislim da je preživjeti laning fazu veoma teško.
Maybe not of this year, but definitely of the split. As you say, got buffed, got decent damage, got some speed ups as well, which kind of help it out. And I think you're going to need it. Also, crucially, has the Shattering Strike that can clear shields. So especially against the Seraphine, can be very handy in getting rid of that W. Either way, though, you're still quite reliant on like mistakes really from Noah and Jun where they position too far forward. It is hard to close the gap as well against these two.
Yeah, the amount of slows you got to get through from the volley, even Ashe autos, you know, it's basically flash engages is what you're looking for. As Renekton, the safe kind of blind pick top lane, again, not knowing where that Anivia's going, and then the Ahri for mid lane here.
It's Anivia top.
It's Anivia top. And I want to correct myself because production let me know that it's actually Wonder that had 12 solo queue games. Mickey only had 5 of Anivia. But still, like we've seen this from Wonder. He's pulling it out for a second time now. Anivia top.
G2 had Pike.
Mislim da je fine.
Triple flex.
Equally as hype.
Igrao je Wunder već Aniviju Renektora ranije, tako da to ima smisla. Sylas je također poprilično dobro, ima dobre ulte. Ashe ult, Seraphine ult, Ahri ult, sve giga dobro na Sylasu.
Reset City, crazy assassin. You know, kind of the same amount of dopamine, right?
Yeah, it's like, you know the loot box like figurines that you open where you don't know what figurine you're getting. It feels like that where it's like, oh, I hope I get G2 Pike. And we got SK and Nivea at home. You know?
Hey, the dopamine of just pressing R and wall and clearing an entire wave.
It is good.
That feels good.
Yeah.
It's up there with like Sivir, static shiv Sivir, which is unnecessary. But you know, you just auto once and clear an entire wave. It's like sometimes you just play for the clicky sounds on your screen. As coaches will give the fist bumps here. We got SK versus GX game 2. GX are up in the series, but SK lean back on another kind of out-of-pocket pick here. It was Leader expanding his champion pool. Now it's Wonder expanding his champion pool. SK are showing that they are growing as a squad and they are trying new things to pick up wins.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a case of SK hoping that they can get a lead and then find fights on their terms. Because otherwise, I feel like the same thing's going to happen as the last game. You've got a ton of mobility through mid-jungle, long range on the bot lane, great ways to enable a Wukong.
Okay, ajmo da vidimo.
Like, it feels like Giant X have a very easy, well-rounded composition, whereas for SK, it's kind of a bit more individually focused with presence in the bottom lane to try and seek engages.
And it's also, I mean, it's funny to say, like, back to comfort when it's Wonder second.
Ignite mid laner, igraju na ruke, to mi se jako dopada.
Very much known for these melee mid laners. So I'm liking that they're leaning back on that for him as well.
Mislim, Giantsi imaju isto giga dobar kom do duše, tako da ono. Kažem, ne znam kako će Real da laneuje dole.
Also, he played Ahri last week, which is not something he's known for either. But GX currently have forward position on this bottom brush, and we'll get some trade on.
Da, i sad, nešto samo Giants trebali da Vardi još bude da nastave da ih bio, iskreno.
Yeah, Mickey basically just hopping into the wall because he's like, I'm not getting this engaged, so I'm going to give myself the shield instead. And this is kind of the downside of Rel in this scenario. There's very little that you can do.
Zamisli.
You are kind of waiting for that level.
Zamisli unplayable.
Come down in hopes that you can make a play. But Mundo, as we said already, not exactly the exceptional ganker, so I'm waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, Mundo can't really provide a lot of like pressure relief outside of just, you know, if the Rel again flash engages. I'm really like, if ever Mickey doesn't have his flash, it's bad news. He may have to
Nik je mrtav. Dok je nije mrtav, ali za malo da bude mrtav. Jako je neigriv, užasno je. I mora da cancela recall. Up.
for this, and it does mean that Yoppa will probably take a decent chunk of damage trying to get the CS under tower, because that is a huge wave. So maybe Giant X...
No, LEC hituje sve, ima 3 CS-a. Nezgodno je, stvarno jako, jako nezgodno. Nema dive. Ne divaš ovdje ništa.
Yoppa will be behind CS for right now, but he'll catch as much of this under the turret as he can.
I ako pogledate CS, Yoppa ima 10. No, ima 18.
Really, what you want as the Silas is to constantly be taking these aggressive trades, using the Kingslayer to heal back up, and then basically just trying to nullify the early damage from Ari, stop her from being able to poke you out of lane. But with the wave pushing the opposite direction,
Lider nema TP, to je problem.
So we'll have to look for the quick reset and fight another day.
Yeah. And I mean, with the ignite on both mid laners, it can get real explosive real fast in there. So anytime you're low on health bar, it's not one of those situations where like, it's fine. It's like Rise versus Anivia or something. So like, there's not a lot of kill threat. Nope, there is a lot of kill threat.
Jackie's ima ignite. Skins mora se pazi.
And pushes him back, and he'll go for a reset now as well.
Yeah, but it denies Skeens from being able to get the crab. So Isma getting a double scuttle here. Very nice early game, and just playing off the back of a game. Jackie's outplaying leader in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is like kind of Isma's MO with the team right now. We saw this last week as well. He's getting these big leads in the jungle, but it's from his solo laner setting him up immaculately. Very impressed with just how the team...
No, izgubio puno vremena, trčeći nazad ovdje za ovaj recall. Tako da će Yoppa se vrati nazad. In first strike, nisam ljubitelj. Mada nisam ljubitelj Vitality Varusa svejedno, ako ćemo iskreno, tako da ima i toga.
Two quick kills on that top side, which helped out off of that invade the Skeens went for. But again, I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head there. The most successful version that we've seen from Giant X, this split, has been enabling Isma with invades through bottom side, just trying to get him into this early lead, and then enabling him to be a carry. And I think it's worked out great for Giant X. Did in the last game, but have to see now if they can do so once more here against SK.
Yeah, he gets the double scuttles and is now back to the clears, has the Sheen picked up. Meanwhile, Skeens going back to his full clear. So it's essentially just going to be a double scuttle lead for Isma, as both junglers are about matched in their second clears right now. And I will favor a Wukong hitting level 6 early 10 times out of 10. Again, I talked about how I like it into the Mundo to begin with, because you can just get past the passive with double Cyclone. But also just in general.
But this is the thing, you can't get the 6 now with Skeens off of that crab anymore because you lost that first one, so you now have to kind of go back into your own jungle and take it. So it opens up a lot more opportunities for Isma when he wants to try and play out on the rest of the map. So I now want to see what the plan is for Skeens, because it's just not in the best of positions right now.
As you can see, the crowd is waiting in anticipation for the first big moment of this.
Lepa je bina, iskreno. Lep je stage u Berlinu. Si nema nešto puno publike, ono kao mesta za sedenje i to, ali lepo su napravili, iskreno. U suštini lider čeka 6. Sad kad je hito 6. možda mu krade ulti, pa bi ja čak rekao da Roma možda na bot. Wunder mora se recall ovdje, ostaje bez mane. SK može da uzme Drake, ali mislim da Giants to mogu dropaju, mislim njih to ne zanima. Mislim da Giants je okej da skelaju. Iako imaš Renegtona i ne bi baš da se produži partija zbog njega, Ari, Ashe, Seraphine i Wukong bi trebali da mogu da šotaju Varusa i onda da idu back to front. Wukong Seraphine je jak kombo. Jer faktički mislim kako Seraphine ulti funkcioniše kad pogodi bilo koju metu, duplira se, produžuje se za toliko range-a. I onda Wukong, pošto možda baci klona i onda da se dešuje, jako često je Wukong sam dovoljan da ispruži Seraphine ulti kroz ceo fight. Mislim, dosta ljudi ne razmišljaju tim kao nekim specifičnim interakcijama, ali u stvari je veoma jaka interakcija. Jer Wukong na putu do Varusa ostavi jednog klona i onda je on na Varusu. Tako da čak i da se Varus flashuje, klon plus Wukong produžuje Seraphine ulti toliko da ga hita. Kako pogodi jedan Harcis je ne mrtav. Zato je Yoppa i uzeo cleanse, s tim da jeli, ne radi ti cleanse nešto preterano u... Isma pobio stan.
Isma will get the red buff at the cost of his top laner summoner spell.
Yeah, Lot kind of stuck around a little bit too long there. I think they could have just taken the camp and got away, even if Lot wanted to help on securing that buff just to make sure it got down fast enough. Still, flash down for Lot.
Dobar, jako dobar. Jo, dobre, okej. Pametno od Noja što je flashov ovdje. Basico je pogrešno mijeto, hitovo je 6. Nema damage-a. Cancelovo je basic, ubit će ga Miki. Pa neće ga ubije Miki. O. Mora da će... Aaaa, lucky. Da, kloni kodiran kao heroj. I onda ti bounce ult. To je dosta cool. Mislim, to je čak i okej interakcija. Bilo nekih jako čudnih interakcija ranije. Sa klonovima. Koji su Riot je popravio među vremenu. Ali recimo, meni jedno od omiljenih je bila Draven Eloy botlane. Jer je Eloy klon, onaj soul koji izvučeš, bio kodiran kao heroj. I onda je jako glupo bilo da ako Draven ubije Eloy klona, dobije pasivan gold. I to je bilo beyond broken. Svaki put kad Eloy izvuče duh, ti samo šotaš duha, ubiješ ga i Draven cash out, to je pasivno. Tako da je bilo mnogo jako. I to je Riot očigledno fiksovo. To baš nije bila ono namenjena interakcija. Inače, play mi je da hodam do kraja ove serije, onda sljedeću seriju da sedim i da gledam, jer G2 fanatic je uvek fan, iako, mislim, G2 bi trebao to da stompa. Aj, nisam okej s koracima, imam još 2500 koraka da pređem ovaj game, mislim je to taman. Da, tad je... Nije, što najče nisam, to je bilo mnogo, relativno skoro je bilo, ali to je samo presmešna interakcija. Kao Draven koji cash out je pasivnu kad god želi. I to je bogom mi bilo jedno 2 peča, mislim, tako nešto. Giga broken, lep arrow. Eto. I ovdje šotaš Mikija. Što ostavili? Teli su Noji da ostave Isma, je rekao Fozol, ne jaču. Mislim da je bolje da je Jack izuzao kill. Oni mogu davio bot. Oni bi trebali davio bot ovdje. Ode Japa. Charm, džabe i Clansma, jak. Na lot nema ulti, ne radi ništa ovdje. To pick up these 4 kills now for themselves and an early lead. Netting themselves 1,000 gold lead, a lot of that on the jungler. Let's get a replay of the play because it starts in the mid lane with the leader escape attempt. But this is the thing, when you're playing as a Silas, you have to play hyper aggressive on the wave. So in that attempt, Isma ends up reading it and goes towards leader. Previše teamfight alata ima ekipa Giantsa, to je dosta veliki problem. Zato ne mogu da igraju. Nemaš ti pored Wukong ulta Serafin, ulta Ari reseta, mnogo je teško raditi bilo šta, to je fora. Na, Giants su previše ahead, ja bih rekao. Ja, mislim da je G2 2-0, da, mislim da je G2 2-0. So like you don't actually have that vision control that Silas needs to play aggressive. So he's getting caught out, and it's well played by Giant X to kind of force these plays because you know that this is the only way Silas can match. Yeah, and when he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have a lot of tools to get away from you either. He's got one mobility spell, and his ultimate was on cooldown as well. So Jackie is in June finding a nice window there, and now Dragon has spawned. The gold lead has grown a little bit since that last fight on the bottom side, but now Leader takes a spear rush with a hijack. Flash out from Jackie's. Leader not able to find the solo kill there. He's just pressuring on the bottom side. I don't think you end up winning this one though. Especially as that ultimate is back up for Isma, but they want to look. Lands on his schemes, and now they turn their attention. Isma's on the Leader again. Leader nema Ariul da ukrade, on je mrtav. Yep. Noa je mrtav. Noa samo pokušao da uradi damage pre nego što umre. Da, Jackies nema ult reset, ovo je fine za SK. Za malo, boga mi. Za malo.
but it will be a second dragon and some kills for SK. And it's off of this push, but Isma, instead of moving towards this bottom side, immediately jumps onto leader. Think they can burst out with Jackies, but it leaves Noah and Jun completely isolated.
Mislim, malkice lošiji fight i lepo je Silas odradio posao, se izoluje, znao je da će padne, ali bio u fazonu, ako ću da riknem, daj bar da riknem gore, da moji saigrači mogu dođu do fajta. Da li je možda deša da produži Serafin ult? Pa da. U suštini možda iskoristiš jedan deš da se repozicioniraš tako da te pogodi ult i da ga preneseš dalje i onda se dešaš out. U suštini da. Da.
But it's also just like with gold being relatively even, then the mountain dragon does actually give you that extra value, the cloud dragon as well. So, oh, hang on, no.
Mickey looking for the plan to Noah, flash out from Ash, and Noah gets to safety.
Yeah, again, like, I like the way SK are playing this. Like, leader is not letting up in this mid lane, constantly looking for these plays like you have to. Same with Mickey. He has 4 kills in this bottom lane as the Rel. But honestly, in this style of matchup, that's how you have to play, just like a complete psychopath, so that then you can actually find these engages and not get poked down. If you're constantly trading health, the all-in is what wins, but here we go.
Jackies ima ult, samo će da ult out.
Got some good damage on the leader as well, so Skeens is basically just helping to relieve some of that pressure as lots of
Basic W reset. Neće, zašto ima egg form Wunder, nemaš ga ubije. Ali free flash decent i dalje, bole go. Si Wunder samo afaka skela sad, nema tu šta. Wunder je fine, samo back.
Trying to get that revive passive out, but just not quite able to.
It was close. I respect the attempt, but Wonder with the Rod of Ages completed. He's got a lot of health and also just healing up whenever he's pressing those abilities. So he stays alive for then, backs off, and will walk back towards, actually the mid lane is looking like where he's pathing currently. So we have a lane swap as the leader's heading towards the top side to match Jackie's.
With the focus being on that Rift Herald, it's about to spawn in 50 seconds. First items basically completed across the board, so SK kind of comfortable to compete on this mid wave, looking for Jun.
Mickey going in, Jun sidesteps, Encore lands, Chain of Corruption chained, and now...
I shotovo si ga i sad nastaviš da igraš pravo. No je mrtav. Mislim da Isma nema i on je failovo. Muče se iskreno, Giants se muče dosta im fightima.
Knew he falls, but end up with a win again for SK. They're finding these small picks constantly.
Yeah, that was the Encore, that was the arrow. I mean, I believe he cleansed the Encore immediately. The arrow still landed, then Isma jumps in, but because they used all that on one...
Interesantno Wunder nema armora i dalje toko preživljava Renegtona.
And that is the benefit of cleanse into these sort of games, because it reduces still the next CC that hits you as well, which is basically what you see. So Jun ends up getting caught, gets the Encore out, then the cleanse happens, but it reduces the ultimate.
Nebitan je cleanse. Ne preživljavaš to svakako. Poenta je samo da Wukong treba doći do njega. Vidimo kako Ash ne može također da igra Jackies i malo leteo Moon, da to nije optimalno. Ide levo da pokupi ove embere, što je fine. Lider je dobio ult od Ari, on je fine. A Isma nema ulti. Možda proba, ali ne znam da li ubija ovdje lidera. Ovo je baš prljav game, iskreno dobe ekipe. Baš prljav game.
Really nicely played, and leader ends up surviving off the back of that. Could have been very messy otherwise.
Absolutely could have. You know, 2 low health bars, but they are able to back off. It's 2 hard champions to actually kill. Leader did not even use the rocket belt, which we are still on rocket belt watch. This one makes a lot more sense, I will say. This is a very traditional rocket belt wielder. Just wait till Jackie's finishes his though.
That's gonna be good. Rel is the true carry in this one though, so I think that's where we got to focus on the 4-1-4.
Think about it. Rocket belt Rel. Yeah.
I mean, it rhymes. That means it has to be correct. Well, at least the alliteration.
Kind of. Yeah. A lot of
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to try that one. I'll go back to the hotel after this. I'll try it on the hotel Wi-Fi, and then we'll see if it works. That'll be the barometer as Lot right now in the bottom side. Picks a brush, spotted out on the ward. SK will push him back, and he's just going to go back to the wave.
Preemptive TP from Anivia to the mid lane, though. Basically trying to clear this wave so SK can establish themselves in river. So he's going to make it tough for GINX to try and play both sides, especially as you have the Rift Herald here for Skeen. So maybe an offensive carry here.
Yeah, Dragon's the focus right now. It's going to be...
Jeste. Iskreno sam baš zadovoljan s mrčom. Mrč je baš insane. Sad bukvalno sam krenuo bacam sve one stare majice i to i sad samo imam svoj mrč manje više. Ja mislim da su oni vinali ovo. Jackies ima reset, samo ne znam da stiže da iskastuje ulti dovoljno pre nego što rikne. Japa. Unlucky, probali.
SK juggled their health bars really well in that fight. You end up using the Anivia passive to buy a bunch of time, and even the ult usage was perfect. We'll get it on the replay. But as Isma went in, he got immediately met with an arrow to the face thanks to Leader. And it just couldn't get that ultimate off. So Wonder ends up buying a bunch of time. So obviously has the shield still from the teleport in. But watch, as you go forward, Leader, immediate ult onto Isma. Isma can't get the knock up. Then you get the root, which allows Wonder to buy enough space so they can kind of deal with a lot of the backline. And at this stage, that health bar that's on the Anivia is just letting SK free hit. It's an attempt at the follow-up, but as Skeens backs away using that ultimate to heal up, Leader manages to flash out on low HP as well. Mickey, I think, predicting the flash here, gets it wrong, Jun flashes over the wall. But SK still going to be able to take two and the Dragon.
Yeah, the amount of times I've seen teams not be able to kill an Anivia fast enough. I mean, it's a big health bar with the Rod of Ages complete. I know you're a mage, but you're one of the tankier ones.
Especially when you get that health shield as well. It just has so much durability there. So, again, Wonder making sure that that...
Zašto mora postaviti taj Svaros, nemam pojma, vrati. Kako gledam Smith ti bijelu? Pa, vrati, vidi. Ako se rosteri ne budu previše promenili, mislim da crno-beli samo dominiraju. Mislim će biti identično Wintersplitu. Zanima me šta će Lupus da radi, pošto Tasteless je rekao će igrati za Lupus. Zanima me šta će Lupus da radi s rosterom. Ali mislim da ako crno-beli ne promene roster, ne vidim ko će moći da ih izazove. Dobar Jackies combo, da, nice. Samo što opet toliko damage na Munda ide, brate, ne znam šta im je Mundo skrivio. I ne znam što uzimaju killove od Jackiesa. Ali previše damage na... Previše damage ide na Munda, iskreno. To mi se jako ne sviđa.
I mean, in these types of moments, you know that you're not long for this world. He actually does go for the flash. So Summoner spell used there, surprising, and will still die.
From Sitting Duck to Silly Goose, the Wonder story. But as SK underneath this tower, I mean, it's a great pick. They get Jun immediately, and then at that stage, I think, okay, we could probably try and back away, but Noah's doing so much work and getting it slow. It's a good cleanse from Mickey. But as they get Leader coming up, they try and go for the re-engage, which was just a bit too much. They didn't expect Jackies to be there. Yeah. Mickey spawns immediately. Skeens is still very low. Leader does get Noah low enough so that then Yoppa can finish him off. With Leader going down as well, it's a 2-for-2 on the play. And maybe with the TP it's worth it, but I think at this stage SK would much rather be slowing this pace down and hoping that they can start to take objectives and towers.
And Wonder falling at the very end of that as well, not ideal. Jackies gets a wave to shove in bot side and will take this turret. That is one to the side of GX, their first one of the game now. Just over 21 minutes at this point, so... Yeah, I mean, it's a close one. SK still have a small gold lead, but they have the Dragon stacked in 2 minutes' time until that soul fight. The fact that GX have not been able to get a single one of those means that they're in the pressure seat right now. They're going to have to stop SK from getting this approach. Picks can be a good place to start as the charm will land on a Wonder. Follow-up Cyclone from Yzma, and they cook the bird again. Yzma on a killing spree.
Nice job by GINX, and I think, again, this is kind of where you can fight back. It's been Jun who's been the focus of SK to try and pick him off, but if you can actually get Wonder off of the page or get Leader off of the map, you're in a much stronger spot as GINX to push in wave and try and just get vision for this Dragon.
From Sitting Duck to...
Nisi Popo. Evo, chillamo. Gledamo Giants SK, posle toga igra Fnatic G2, što će bude baš zabavna serija. Ali ovo je do duše jako, jako prljava partija. Mislim, moj call je bio 2-1 Giants i 2-0 G2, tako da vidjet ćemo da će se ostvari. Juče se zaboli na igri. Lep čar, Jackies mnogo dobro igra. Samo da ga njegova ekipa nije mu ukrala 7 kilova, Jackies bi sam nosio ovaj game. Znači, bukvalno koliko su mu zaboli kilova, ali bi imao Shadow Flame ovdje i shotovo bi ljude. Jako, jako klini igrari. Kako si ti, Popović, dobar? Si otišao da gledaš kola, šta si uradio s tim na kraju? Bukvalno šteta koliko su kilova ukrali Jackies. Predobro igra. Baš lepo igra. Ali dobro. Isme u fazonu treba, meni ima 6 kilova na Wukongu. Da ga Lot ubija. Eš nema ulti još. Si nije Mundo problem, nema kako prođe kroz Munda. Ne znam šta Noah radi sa Vampom. Opa, lepo, brate, lepo. Znači, na kraju džip. Opet čarna Munda. Znači, morate backline da ubijete, braću. A Jackies je da umre trčeći pored Munda. Jackies je pasivna spasila, holy, njega, gledaj kako se nahila od pasivne. Zato je preživeo. Dobro, nisu uzeli Sol, 2 za 1. Pobjeda za Giants, ali jedva. Šibni Popa obavezno sliku kad uzmeš. Pošalje na diz da vidimo. Mislim, ono. Kad god stigneš. Jackies koji umire, dolazi zadnji basic i pasivan heal mu stiže pre basica i preživljava. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Ali dobro, da, vidi. Realno služit ćete, a imaš ono prioritete. Jackies, ali je došao kasno, Crucible. Mori shotuje lidera sad. Jackies ulti slobodno za damage, što ideš. Oni hoće se biju ovdje. Charm loš. Vidjelo se da nema ugo za taj charm. Dobar root. Jako dobar root. Ajde, imamo prefidenog Ismu, šta može da radi kad je ucao 6 killova, apsolutno ništa, bravo Isma. Dobit će svejedno fight. Clean. Lep moment od Noje također. Lot, molim te, beži odatle, brate. Lot, molim te, čoč igraš Renegtona, bože mili. Znači, Lot i Isma samo treba prestati uzimaju killove. Se Jackies ovdje samo mogu isto da ulti ubije lidera što pre. Ja mislim da je manje više kraj. Nemaju nikako da igraju to. Da, pa zašto ne daju ništa? Pogledaj, vidi, pogledaj Lota, brate. Ko da kill u životu nije dobio. Baca im power W da ukrade kill. Bro, chill, igraš Renegtona, znači nisi relevantan uopšte. Tu si da budeš Mitchell za svoje saigrače i to je to. Jackies 2-0-13, čovjek ima Magi, nije mu dao kill. A Jackies ih nosi na leđima, ono, na najjače. Jackies mnogo lepo igra. Jun je možda mrtav. Da, samo je overextend. I ovaj giga unlucky zašto imaju Barona još minut. I sad će taj ceo Baron da bude wastovan zašto je Jun bio uhoćen van pozicije. To je fora.
well from him. And now it's just a case of, well, giving a little bit of time back to SK to get waves into positions. But realistically, I think you're still fine as Giant X. The only piece that you're worried about is a potential smite steal on that dragon, because it can still give soul even when you're in a good position like this.
Yeah, and even when you're in a good position, you're still trying to deal with the engage of a Rel, a Varus poking you down full lethality, Wonder just being annoying on the Anivia. So it's like, job's not done for GX. They're going to have
nezgodno.
They will be approaching it with a close to 4,000 gold lead right now. A lot of that being on the top half with the lead. GA completed.
Za prestanak kašljem, bilo bi super, ali teška priča koliko vidim. Okej, Ero. Okej, Ero.
Just fishing again for picks, and Giant X have been doing a really good job of getting them. Like, this is what got them back into this game, this kind of combo between Isma and Jackie's. Still though, SK get push on mid. They still have decent vision control down on this bottom side. And with this dragon about to spawn, we're just about to go again.
Od spreman do ulta i da uradi damage. Drake i Up za 35, moraju da se setupuju za to. Mislim, problem za Giants je skins. Mundo je već previše naskillovo. Super stvar je što Mundo ima 0 MR-a, tako da mu Jackie radi damage, da su mu dali još neki kill, možda bi mu radio malo više. Ovaj tip iza shield od Wundera.
Choke point is your best friend. If you can try and kite back into that and use the Wonder Wall to kind of separate Giant X,
Wonder Wall.
you have a chance to play it, but Lot spotted on vision.
Again. He is spotted. All members of SK immediately kite back onto him, and he might be
Probaj da mu cancela dash sa... Ovo je loše inače. Lot će dume pre nego što počne fight. I opet fokusiraju Munda, gledaj ovo. Sve bacio na Munda. Sve bacio na Munda bez razloga. Miki je mrtav. I to je reset za Jackie za opet i heal za Jackie za ovo je Drake. Mislim, ako SK gubi ove fightove, neće dobiti nijedan fight nikad. Kao, ako ne mogu dobiju fight, da Giantsi sve bacio na Munda, džaba igraš, brate, bukvalno.
Turns to try and deal with Lot. It's Jun with a great ultimate that sets up for Isma across the back line. But as everyone turns then to try and deal with Isma, just flashes over the wall. And there is nowhere for SK to follow up, so Leader gets completely isolated. And that's basically what we were talking about for SK. They wanted to isolate members, but they themselves end up going too far.
Do we give Jun the Enchanter pass now that he got that on?
Look, he can play team fights, but it's kind of positioning everywhere else has not been wonderful, you know?
Well, that was a beautiful play right there onto 3 and setting up Isma. And now that they've denied another dragon, they're just buying more time for themselves, and they've expanded this gold lead to 5,000. If they can get this next Baron in 30 seconds time, that's the type of gold lead that you're able to just kind of force your way into the enemy base and maybe just close out the game with brute force.
It's also just the sheer damage you're going to get if you can start to stack up some more of these Infernal Drakes is going to make it tough. So for SK, I think you have to start now fishing for picks of your own. And we haven't really seen these big engages come through from Mickey yet that we kind of were hoping for. He's whiffed on a couple of those crash downs, which has just not been the best of times for SK, but they really need him.
Yeah, that 4-and-1 stat line as well kind of disappeared as he has not been able to find those big engages. Teleport flank coming in.
No, ima flash, ima cleanse. Mora flasha i da mora jedno drugo da baci. Jackies mora pogodi charm, clean. Dobar Crucible. Lot radi ok posao u backline-u. Jackies mora da bi reset. Nice, ok, ubit će Aniviju. Mislim da ovo game, mislim da ovo serija. Mislim da ovo serija. Mislim da G2 treba se zagreva polako. Samo razmišljam da Jackies nema 6 asistova nego 16 killova. Ko bi ova partija već bila gotova 3 puta do sad.
Yappa's going to try and clear out this mid wave, and we see Leader pushing the bot wave. No contest from SK. It is
Ajde sad koliko imam korak, da. Taman ovaj game i GG's. Mogu sednem ko čovjek za ostatak dana. Dobar Jackies ult pa charm, što je znao da Wunder možda flasha.
Jackies have every time got onto key carries to shut down the fight. And honestly, like, this mid-jungle deserves a round of applause. They've done
100%.
a fantastic job with this Ashe Wukong combo. Or sorry, Ari Wukong combo.
Noah was not even in the fight. Like, he got hit by the
Anivia.
The Anivia, the Flash Frost. He got to flash away himself. I think he got like 2 autos down in the entire fight. It was all about Lot's TP and then Yzma Jackie's damage. And that's where their gold lead was. Like, Noah is not the target right now. SK almost got the Ashe, but then they realized the wallets belong to Lot and Jackie's. And Yzma as well.
And now once again, Giant X just going to push mid, set up vision on this bottom side, enable Jackies to get pressure on towards this bottom side and take the tower. Yeah, Croc definitely bigger than Bird.
Is that lore accurate? Do Crocs win in fights with birds? I'm trying to think. I've never seen
Surely
one.
it depends on which bird, because there's some big birds.
Have you seen oh, those things are huge.
No. I mean, I've seen the one with Steve Irwin. That's about as far as it's gone, you know?
Pretty big.
I come from Ireland. We don't exactly have things that harm you over here, you know?
Jackie's goes in for the Spear Rush Charm, and Wonder will immediately pop the Seeker's Arm Guard. And will stop the dive from happening, but Schem's just getting chunked. This is a paper-thin Mundo. He's got all armor, fully indexed into surviving Yzma, Lot, and Noah, which means Jackies can shred through him as GX will take the first inhibitor in the mid lane and look at the inhibitor turret bot.
Oh, Wonder though. Sidestep.
Nice little sidestep. He's dodging everything. Finally, the beatdown will land. Encore on the 2. Yafo will pop the cleanse as Mickey also just crash out.
Dobar knock-up. Loš charm, ali nije ni bitno. Jackies ima rest. Nema rest. Ima ult za 5 sekundi. Ali nije ni bitno. Kada Mundo ovako istupe, to je samo GG. Pa dobro. Mislim, očekivano, nažalost, gdje su ti? Nažalost za Jopu, jeli očekivano, ali nema šta, Giants su samo bolja ekipa. SK nema kapacita da se vrati nazad kada gube, Giants samo vinali oba ligima, tako da relativno čisto. SK nisu loše izgledali, ali Giants je, kažem, opet samo bolji. Imamo 14 minuta pauze. I onda imamo G2 vs FNC, tako da gledamo G2 protiv Fnatica nakon pauze, će bude turbo fun. Ja idem da iskuliram 2-3 minuta, izađem malo na vazduh i da ovu traku sklopim i tu sam pa se družimo na derbiju, tako da se viđemo odmah nakon pauzice.
At LEC on X, we got Yzma, Jackies, and Jun sneaking in there. The Seraphine, he had some really good
His ults were good. It's more about how you understand your when I can get vision and not get caught, or where I can position a mid-wave and not get caught. You know, those are the tricky parts.
GX take their bow right there as we're tabulating who wins player of the series. I think that, again, like, just seeing how Jackies and Yzma played together, even just from that early double scuttle. Yeah. Jackie's leaving lane and just walking up and like chunking out the Mundo, saying, no, you're not going to pass. I'm going to be Gandalf here, stop you from getting to my fellowship, as we have the AD waiting around to break that one down.
Banger series.
It was.
Again.
I mean, just another Yzma masterclass. What do you think, Finn?
I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of sold on Yzma right now.
Okay.
I was looking a long time.
Are you
No, but like for a long time I was like, GX, I see that you are a good team. I see that you are winning games. That's an objective fact. I didn't really know what excited me about GX.
Okay.
But now after watching them for this split and also end of last split, I think Yzma is such an interesting player because he's not always, like I wouldn't say he's the best jungler in our league, but in terms of creativity, he's definitely up there because he makes a lot out of situations that a lot of junglers would kind of crumble under.
Yeah, I feel like he always had it. I just feel like he's a bit more stable lately.
Yeah, I would agree.
He always said, I'm looking at him as he coming here, I'm about to glaze him a lot because, hey, Yzma, come here.
You can join us. Yeah, you can join us. You can join us. We're actually looking at a fantastic B-roll of your best plays this game. Something that we were just saying now, first off, congratulations.
Thank you.
Is the fact that you've always had this clutch factor in you, but I feel like lately you're more consistent in putting this kind of performances. Would you agree?
I mean, thank you, but yes, I often look for the clutch, but the thing is, the other side is you often just int as well, you know, and I think it happens a lot that I just go like on the Vi game, on mid game, I just go and I think the game was free win and I made it losable, you know, so that's you need to find the balance, you know.
I mean, okay, it's been it was one dead versus 10 good plays.
Yeah, but I mean, the def was 4 of us die and they get Nasher, you know. But I mean, I'm trying to improve on this. I feel like I'm improving, so I'm happy, but still need to take care.
I have a question about this, and I want to ask you guys as well, because it feels like in situations like this, the game is won. You don't have to go for that play. But there's this like urge. It's like, do you feel like it's a winning play, or do you feel like, maybe we can lose a fight, it's fine. I just want to go. I just want to get that adrenaline.
Yeah. It's the dopamine, you know, like the ADHD is like, I want this, but you know, there is the little demon in my head saying, but no, you can, not worry, it's good. And then I go and we all die, but at least, I mean, we are just playing, you know. I'm just playing, and sometimes it's bad. Need to review and go do better tomorrow. But if it was a better team, I think it can be problematic.
This is a coach's nightmare, though.
This is a coach's nightmare. Okay, the thing is, I had it as a player as well. Why is it so hard with you animals to just... Because, okay, so here's the thing. When you're winning, you're like, oh, I want to win hard. I want to, you know, min-max. I want to limit this. I want to break the limits. I want to get the max out of this play when you realistically just need to do nothing. Why do you want to do something?
Okay, this man has never had a montage, clearly.
I mean,
I had losers montage. My montages are bad.
I fully agree with you. I think the rule should be, if you're ahead, you don't need to do anything. But if you are behind, you need to do actually stuff. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's the mindset I will approach in the next days. But yeah, I mean, it's funny when it works, but when it doesn't work, it's like it feels really bad, mostly.
So would you say you're taking notes on that?
Yeah, I am actually.
So, you've been taking notes for 2 years now. I watch every single one of your game, and you keep spamming that same stupid emote. When are the notes coming out, or when will the taking notes finally end?
I mean, I was kind of lying. Like the past years, I was not taking notes at all. But lately, I've been taking notes, and it went better. But I just like the
emotes. Also, you just need more notes. That's the fix.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I need to spam it more, actually.
We're gonna need. Okay, can we have a new emote? It's been the same one for 2 years.
I think next split.
Next split.
Okay. Next split, this will be my new emote.
All right. More notes to come.
I mean, I'm curious because you've been taking notes clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, because when I remember you from All-Star Riders. MRS is my solo queue. A little bit chatty, but also very talented. And you played very aggressive all the time. And I remember watching your games in the Superliga back then, and you were always looking for these aggressive invades. Now you're finally doing that on stage as well, but it took some time, I feel like, for you to really feel comfortable doing that. What changed? Because now you're such a creative jungler. That I feel like before you were kind of a bit stock standard.
I mean, the thing is, when you come here, usually the feedback that I have is like, I mean, it's totally like this. Like my first week in LEC actually was really good because I didn't really care. But with time, it's like you get the feedback, and if you int, you will get Arts Flame, you know? Like if you int, you get Arts Flame, but they don't see the opposite side when you actually int, but it works. You know, so
talk to me, Sma. I know it.
Yeah. So I think it was this, but I mean, I've been here for 2 years and a half. I don't think I made a great improvement, to be honest.
I think you did.
Now I think I started doing it, but I really want to like just play and see what happens, kind of, rather than just going to direct fight and hope it works, hope it doesn't work. But I mean, I just want to play like right now, to be honest.
But I think this is the natural development as a player. You come in, you have your instincts, and then you're kind of forced to go away from them, and then eventually you start thinking, wait, my instincts are actually kind of good.
Yes.
I need to go back to my instincts, because I'm right a lot of the time. But when you're a rookie, you're just accepting everyone else.
Yes. I mean, it was a big problem for me, and I think for a lot of players.
I think it's very common.
Yeah, but we still see the improvements here from you guys. And on the side of GX, and I know that Jackie's especially was a big doubter. At the beginning of the split, he was like, I don't know how we made it that far in Winter. He's the Kia player of the series today, so anything you want to say about your mid laner?
I think he's playing really well, honestly, in scrims as well. I think he found his way, like this Aura, this Akali, you know, like the same, you know, this clutch champion. I think he's really good on them. And I mean, it's really good, and I'm happy for him. He deserves it today.
A great look on GX so far. We'll see you guys tomorrow, actually. So thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck in the next game. And that's all for us here for now. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back for G2 Fnatic. I don't know what it's going to be about. We'll see.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
So the first team that wasn't like with my real life friends was actually like a Danish team I played with back in 2015. We didn't really have like an exact name, I guess. we went from like a few different things, but it was nice to just get like some experience playing against like the strong amateur players. So I've never really been a guy who like mega one-trick stuff and like plays a lot of the same things. I always liked mixing it up a bit. I think some of my first mains though were, I played a lot of Katarina when I was like level 15, 16, and I think once I hit level 30, my first rank game was with LeBlanc, and I definitely played her the most, I think, for most seasons. First I was Prodigy Gaming. I have two older brothers and an older sister as well, and they introduced gaming to me from when I was like very young. So already when I was like 5, 6, I was playing a lot of different video games. And I think once I started playing League when I was like 11, my brother downloaded it on my PC. It's just kind of been my full-time hobby. So I think for me, I played since season 1, but I was more just like casual and a bit for fun as well with all my friends and stuff. I think once I saw Faker win Worlds in like season 3, I think that's when I decided like, actually, you know what, I want to be the best in the world as well, and I have been chasing that dream ever since. My first trip abroad. I mean, I don't have so many memories from when I was like super young. I think the first like vacation I remember like traveling across was actually when I was like maybe 7, and we went to like Venezuela. We were like in the jungle and stuff, which was like kind of crazy. I definitely have a lot of memories from that. So I don't remember exactly which one was my first, but I do remember going to like a Danish land when I was like, yeah, maybe 14 or 15 with again my Danish team. Yeah, my first LEC game was against G2. I was on fnatic back then. I think most people will remember like the Rise kill on Perks.
Looking for the kill, one auto, the shield, Caps does it again!
But actually that was the second game technically, I guess. It was still our first best of 3, but my first game I was playing also Rise, but I was playing against Talia, and I think they ganked me like level 3 or 4 and killed me, which was a kind of sad start to my LEC career, but yeah, here we are.
It all started in a game versus G2 Esport, and this time, as we know, Caps is standing on the other side. G2 fnatic.
Yes, G2 fnatic. Old Kings versus New Kings. Season 1 World Champion versus MSI Champions. Caps team, old team versus new team. So many finals appearances at Worlds. Upset versus Sansama. Man, the storylines are going crazy, but come on, guys, join me up. Hype a little bit of energy. Come on.
Okay, Odo, hold.
Come on, guys. Like, seriously.
Does he know?
I'm not alone here. Hype up, hype up.
Dude.
There we go. Hype up, yeah.
Odo.
They know it. They know what's good.
They're in your head.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna hold your hand. Hold the Poro. Hold the Corgi.
Okay.
Fnatic has not been a good team for like 5 years now. Okay. The competition versus G2 has not been that competitive.
Is it true?
Okay, I don't want to make him cry. Okay, they don't look good right now. Something that looks good, though, for fnatic is upset.
Yeah, upsets.
Yeah. I want to talk about it. Yeah, upset is good.
I want to say he was the only shining line from fnatic last week. Is that going to be enough? We'll see.
Definitely
my man has been playing good.
He has been playing good because we had criticism from him. I mean, other people had criticisms, not me, because I'm a fnatic fan. I love Upset. He's always doing good. So when I'm looking at today versus G2, G2 has no chance because Upset is there. He's about to do great.
Can I have the opinion of someone who's not coping that hard?
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a tough matchup in the bot side. I think Hansam are looking really good right now. Upset is going to have to put on his big boy boots if he wants to carry this game.
Let's see what it's going to be about. They have a big task here. They're 0-2 so far in spring. They're not going to have a lot of chances to turn that around. And G2, they looked phenomenal yesterday in their comeback game in the LEC. Let's see what fnatic can do against them. Casters, over to you.
They will win. Thank you very much, Allure. Odo, I'm on your side. I'm excited for the El Clasico matchup. And I don't think it matters whether Finn and Allure and Dagda are excited. I think it matters that the fans are excited. Are we excited for G2 fnatic? They're excited, and that's all that matters to me. So as long as they get a good show, I'm happy, they're happy, we're all having a good time.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it is going to be a good series, because this series used to deliver so much, but as I was showing you in between the break, what lives in my head is that shockwave in Game 1, the last time these two teams faced off.
That didn't look too good.
So I'm hoping that this is going to be an absolute banger, as both teams are going to take to the stage here for our last series of tonight.
fnatic versus G2 El Clasico continues. The story, the history, the legacy. Both of these teams have matched up many a time. The unfortunate reality is that G2 are coming off of a heater of an international performance and a great statement return best of 3 yesterday. fnatic still struggling to find their form and how they're going to find their wins. The desk was talking about Upset kind of being a shining light, but if it's not him finding these leads and getting these big carry performances, they have still been struggling, which slightly diminishes the hype coming into this, and that's why I think some of the people are like, no, it's just going to be G2 favored. But then there's always that slight chance of fnatic get the upset.
I mean, 2025 spring was the last time fnatic beat them in a best of 3. They did go 2-1.
Wasn't even a year ago. Well,
exactly.
That was a year ago.
Yeah. But it's basically there, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the hopium that we can hold on to, but I do think a lot of it has to come from Upset. Like, as the desk was saying, this guy has kind of been putting on a hero's performance to try and get fnatic across the line, but it feels like they just need to try and slow the game down, like be able to play around the leads that Upset has been able to generate. Instead, we're kind of seeing, Razork going too far forward, Vladdy not being able to find the success that he was really hoping for. And against G2, and especially against Caps, you need to be coming in full form today as Vladdy.
Fair enough. I will say, I mean, we're talking about Fnatic versus G2 historic. It is regular season. Fnatic does better in regular season versus G2, but I had the producers look into this, our stats folks, Molecule shout out, to see what's G2's win rate in week ones. Because I feel like they always start really slow and then ramp up. We see this consistently, but they actually found something interesting. G2 have never lost a best of 3 in week 1. They've lost best of ones. In best of ones they've lost, but they've never lost a best of 3 in week 1, which is crazy to me. I would have thought that they started slow, and sometimes the season still starts slow, but something about week 1, man, when they do come back in these best of 3s,
and that's how they give you false hope. Yeah. And they cradle you into the new split thinking it's all going to be fine. We're the second best region. It's going to be great. We're G2, and then the regular season hits and they finish 7th again, and then you're like, what the hell is going on?
You gotta love G2. And let's catch up on some of the bans here for game number 1. Is Rise Rumble, and now a Karma ban. Meanwhile, Fnatic with first pick on red side, ban out the Nautilus, J4, and Varus.
Doesn't mean you can take the Orianna here for Vladdy if you want to, because Caps has been a demon on the Orianna. Probably the best Orianna that we have in the league, especially when it comes to punishing some of those matchups like the Azir. So I imagine that'll be the first pick, just to get it out of the hands of him.
Yeah, it's a take away and a wise one there. Locked in immediately.
Yeah, so now the question is, do you just go back towards the Azir here as Caps and say, hey, I'm kind of happy to fight fire with fire in that mid lane and go for those 2 big champions? Or do you want to take something like the Aurora that we've seen as the kind of answer into the Orianna in a lot of...
Evo nas nazad, druga serija G2 Fnatic. Kao što smo rekli, čuli smo ovdje od Amnea koji je malo hajpovan bio, ali realno gledano G2 bi svako trebao ovo da stompa. Fnatic dugo ne izgledao solidno, Vladi se također blago raspada. Ashe Seraphine još jednom. Gledamo, da kažemo, reprizu tog botlina. Svi vole Ashe Seraphine, očigledno postao najbolji botlin u igri. Što je skroz ok, iako Ashe bez escape-a jako teško možda preživljava fajtove.
Corki Nami going to be the answer on the opposite side, so no pressure to take the jungle right now.
Hey, if you watched LCS, you'd know that Skarner also apparently pretty good with these enchanters buffing him up. So maybe that's what Scumon's looking at.
Are you secretly Captain Ferris?
I am not so secretly an LCS cast.
That is fair, that is fair.
But Ashe Seraphine, and they will go for the mid lane pick for Caps. Azir! Wow, yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he made it this far into the pick and ban for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, a good answer, as we said, into the Orianna. You can kind of try and use some of that range, but it will be a battle in the mid lane where I expect a lot of attention from both Scumond and Razork to try and set them up for success. On either side, I think you've got things that can play heavily towards you, like Xin Zhao works on both sides thanks to the Ashe Seraphine, but also that Orianna Xin Zhao combo very strong. Nami can work very well in enabling him with speed ups and those attack speed slows, so I'm excited to see just kind of what this jungle is going to be.
Yeah, Xin Zhao loves anything that can just...
Corki Nami giga jako botlane, Fanatiku treba tipa neki Nocturne. Ne znam koliko bi... U stvari, actually Mbesa nije loša. Možda mogu i Mbesu da igraju. Sad razmišljam. Rakiću, jel imaš više od 50% mireta? Da, Nocturne ban. I sad Fnatic mora igra Wukonga ili šta? Wukonga ili Ambesu u džungli? Ne smijeni se. Fnatic teško. Mislim, sve smo vidjeli u lecu, tako da ništa i nemoguće, ali mislim da je baš teško. Shen ban je pametan. Ja mislim da G2 ovdje samo loka Ambesu i bole ih uvo. Mada bi Vi verovatno bila bolja za G2, iskreno. Mada da li Scumond igra Vi, ja. Xin? Ni daći ti jungle, ti uvijek dati isti draft. Možda igra Vi, možda igra Xina. Vi je bolja, ali Scumond i njemu je Xin veći prioritet. Ne može, Shen je banama. Ovo je bio Vi Ambessa za G2 i vinali su game u draftu. Jax blind na topu. Igraće Renegade, ali treba bi da igra Malphite ili nešto drugo. Xant je fine.
It's not the same like point and click Vi type of like guaranteed go in. And also can still struggle. Like that's 2 melee picks into Ashe, Seraphine, Azir. That can be hard to just get in there in general.
100%, and I think that's why we're kind of seeing Broken Blade over the K'Sante here. Yeah. Traditionally, the Jax does beat out the K'Sante, but I do think as you start to get into the later portion of the game, your ulted form K'Sante can do a lot of work thanks to the slows and the Seraphine enabling him as well. It does mean though for Fnatic, like if you can find early skirmishes, especially towards this top side in the early stages, I think you've got a good ability to fight things out. Like Jax does well into Xin Zhao, kind of just not being able to auto attack. There's a lot of tools there that you can work through, but it's going to be tough. G2, this feels like we're going to stall the game and play through better macro.
This is scaling as well for G2. Like the later this game goes, it's going to get scary as the Seraphine just makes everybody unkillable. Azir with the item power spikes is just going to shred through everything. And K'Sante will just be a brick wall. The Fnatic will have to find a way to bulldoze through, but...
Što način nije Fnatic uopšte loše draftovao, samo je malo, mislim, nemaju pravi ball delivery, što mi se ne sviđa. Mogu si igraju Varijanu, recimo. I ultaš, i šotaš je, nema šta.
G2, they're trying to see if they can continue their performance from yesterday. For Fnatic, hoping that they can bring back Spring last year and see if they can beat out G2 in a best of 3. It is no simple task though against G2, and it all feels like it'll come down to this early game. Can they get the better of this G2 side?
We'll have our answer shortly as game 1. Players loaded onto the Rift. We got G2 versus Fnatic here for their first time in spring of 2026. The team fight scaling composition from G2. Fnatic with a little more punch, a little more oomph, but also a little more pressure to make action happen in the top half of the map, as we are expecting that could be where they try and strike first. Get this Jax ahead in this advantageous matchup.
Razor hopped over the wall, looking to actually get an invade, so everywhere was covered. Like you can see there's a ward in river. They had Ashe stand there, but this is great for Razor. Able to get in, steal away some of these camps, and that's completely unknown.
Mislim, G2 ide na njihovo, ono, da kažeš safe bet. Znaš što će Han sama da radi? Što upali samo kameru? Što će Han sama da radi sa buildom? Jer sam postao jako veliki enjoyer Juntal Hexoptics Infinity Ash builda. Znači ja skoro sam nešto igrao u solo queue, taj build nisam vidio ikad u životu da Ash jače udara od toga. Mnogo je bolestan build. Gorky A-start u range matchupu je jako interesantno od upseta. To je pitanje da li može isto da uradi Razor s ovom pozicijom. Ne znaju gdje je on, gledao. I on bi trebao da možda genka iza leđa. Gdje si Jurek? Caps za uvek. Koji faker? Dok faker ne ode u penziju, neće ni Caps.
I see pings on the enemy raptors. So yeah, he's going to actually go and counter invade Razork right now. So he will not waste time. Razork is looping around. That's an early...
Nemaju ni CC, to je problem. Sad čeka, Razor čeka da zona Labrova, da Labrov nema da ja se flasha. Sad će misa, da, znao sam da će promaši. Ovo je bio free kill na Labrovu, su odigli kako treba, ali nisu. Pa joj, Han sama, dobro. Bifovo je flash. A nije imao ward za da bun svijedno, flash je bio loš. To je nebitno. I Razork mu je ukrao sve kampove na bot side-u. Jedino što je za Henov da izgubio je tempo. To nije bitno. Mogu da čekaju cool, trebali su čekaju cooldownove na wave. E sad Han sama, opa! Holy damage.
And coming alive there, fake the reset from Han Sama, cancelled in the bush, and they set up for the kill.
Za Hen uopšte nije toliko behind. Pogledajte, znači Xin resetuje sad za Hen jedan camp behind, za ovaj gank, fajn je. Samo što je Razor gankovo bot i njegov bot je opet izgubio 2 na 2, što je kao, bro, šta radi? Mislim, šta mu radi botlane i on kriv? Če on je gankovo bot, našao je prešao na botu i njegov bot je dalje izgubio 2 na 2. All damage od Seraphine je baš insane.
Is towards the bottom side, but I don't think he could do much.
I think he's fine. I think if anything, Upset and Laspa just really wanted to get that wave to crash in. I think it's going to freeze on them now. So Hansama, he's going to go for reset now. Yeah, so I don't even think he cleared out that full wave. We'll see what happens to it later on right now, but he's going to be up a wave and clear.
Bi bio u fazonu, bar nije Bean koji me šije na Jaxu. Mada je Empiros dobar Jax. To sam pričao ranije za vas koji niste slušali. Empirosov nick pre Empirosa je bio Jaxplank. Lik je igrao samo Jaxa i Gangplanka. Bio je tu trick pony. Tako da je dobio main heroja. Ali, znaš šta je fora? Seraphine specifično Sash. To je fora. Seraphine Ash je mnogo dobar kombo. Jer Seraphine je ruta metu koja je slowana, a Ash slowa s basicom. I onda ovo je jedini matchup gdje ti permanentno sa single E možeš da rutaš metu, ne moraš da bacaš im power D. Šta više kad ti Ash AD carry nikad da bacaš im power D. I onda spamuješ ili double cool i double W, uvek winaš. Sve dok Hansama playa slow, tvoje prvo E će da rutuje. To je zašto se toliko spamuje u competitive. I plus mislim ono double engage tool, imaš Arrow, imaš Seraphine ulti. Da, to je fora. Mislim, fora je što je Ash je tu jako dobra jer pasivno slova. Nijedan drugi AD carry nemaš toliko da slova. Nego, ja sam mogu popijem monster. Tako je. Skinem sluške na sekund i ovi opet izgube flash na botu. Da. Ja mislim čak i na full range, možeš baciš W i onda Seraphine pogodi E i ti si nekog rutao preko pola lane-a. Mnogo jako.
And at least at the moment, I don't think there's much more happening on bottom side. But both teams posturing here.
It's why the Seraphine Ash combo is so strong. Ash just slows. That is her kit in a nutshell.
Tako je. Hvala, Kasteri.
If there's any slow on the target.
I mean, what is a stun if not a really, really big slow? You know?
100% slow is actually, I think, how it's probably coded. I don't know. I'm not a...
Nije.
Look, there's some jank in this game. It probably is.
Ne znam gdje je Lospe igrao. Pogledam.
Yeah, you're a 100% Teemo shroom slowed if you're hit by a beat drop after an...
Lospa iz Giants Pride-a. Prije toga igrao u Futu, a prije toga igrao u Genji Akademiji i Genjiju. U Genji je bio sub. Za malo.
They were thinking about it.
Yeah, it only works versus Genji, not Fnatic.
Still not all out in from Broken Blade means Imperius will pop his ultimate in
Lost Igro Space.
Invade at the Raptors. Imperius is alive, but we see Skewmond trying to take those away as Razork. I don't know what exactly happened there, but we're staying up here because Broken Blade might just go for the dive. Shots on the way out.
Teško, giga teško za Fnatic. Nemaju kako da igraju, to je fora.
I think Skewmond got the camp, but either way, he's now got his camps up and available so can try and clear down towards his bottom side. Razork has nothing, so he's just going to focus on the bottom lane. I think G2 know it.
Yeah, Razork level 6 has the Grim Deliverance. If he's able to stack up the passive, you can go for the dive, but he's got no stacks right now. This is a wave coming in here. If Hansama and Labrov can just clear this out, it's going to be tough for Fnatic, but they're getting some big damage onto Labrov. Razork's catching the wave. That's an early heal, but Upset actually gets rooted up. Encore lands, instant cleanse from Upset, and he gets out to safety. Fnatic no dive.
Yeah, Skewmond looked for the reset during all this, so that then he could match the purchasing power of Razork. Left his two top camps.
Što način mislim da G2 nije draftovao kako treba ovdje. Mislim nisu optimalno draftovali.
But when that fight kicked off, end up shifting down towards his bottom side instead, so now wants to make a gank mid.
Has a window, flash is available on Vladdy, will use it early.
Mislim će Kap samo da baci flash ulti instant, imali su kill ovdje isto. Ali neće da, ne znam, neće da igraju turbo agro, a što je fajn. Mislim kao ako znaš da si bolji, da li moraš praviš flip leve? Ne moraš. Igraš polako i to je to. Lui napada jastuk iza mene, da valjda ne čujete mnogo glasno. Mislim da je problem Razorku što on nema šta da radi ovaj game. Nisi Mato, ali uvek si dobrodošao to da kažeš. To je fair. Da ne bude sam ja jedini dežurni hater ovdje. And Caps is a menace when he gets into a position like this where he knows how aggressive he can play on this mid wave.
Yeah, because no flash on Vladdy means it's scary for the Ori to walk up ever. Scumon's just walking into Razork's jungle, contesting at the red buff. Scary against the Zahen, as they both have about the same item purchase, but Imperius has to flash away from Broken Blades and Topo strike.
Da je pogodio Q, flash, basic, heal. I sad Oriana nema flash i sad je mrtva. Dobar flash. Nemam dobar flash od Capsa. Ovo je bilo ovo. Ovo je bilo uf. Da je flash 20 range-a kraći, Caps ovdje umire. I waste-a flash. Ovo je bilo clean od Capsa. Iskreno.
Some really good use of this wave though, because that was a big wave stacked up. He goes in, gets a plate. I don't think he'll get a second one. He drop lands, and now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow follows up, but Hansama doesn't want to take up the turret. Actually, it was Lebrov that took a shot there as well, so kind of traded back. Let's get another look at that play in the mid lane though.
Yeah, I mean, just the immediate button. Scumon is there, and Caps, perfect flash right onto the edge of the shockwave. Scumon's win.
Žao mi je, ali Oskar je užasan. Uvijek bio i uvijek će biti. Žao mi je.
By substantial margin, thanks to these early control from Hansama and Lebrov. Like, the goal is just starting to escalate now for G2.
Yeah, now up 1.8k. A lot of that just on this bottom side. Despite the fact that it was Lebrov that got the kill, I mean, Hansama's actually also up 630 over upset.
And a lot of that was because that freeze that you were talking about earlier, Kangas, where they just kind of held the wave. A lot of that ended up dying for fnatic. And then they still had to try and play into an Ashe Seraphine with a frozen wave, which is the worst position to be in. And as we said, Razork is just desperately trying to get whatever farm he can, so he can't even help out his lanes.
Yeah, I think Vladdy also just got a -1 right there, so he's also struggling in the mid lane. Lebrov is now linked up with Xinjiao. This is every Xinjiao jungle.
Gledajte, znači najiskrenije, ovaj trenutno split. Fair, mali pattern, to je fair. Ali gle, zašto je Fnatic 0-2? Svaku seriju Razorka ima idu na blue buff formu bot nema prije. Znači upset i lospa samo ne igraju. Ma kako ja gotivim upseta, u smislu ne gotivim ga, ali jako sam objektivan i kad pričam o tome da je prošle sezone igrao jako dobro. Prošle godine igrao jako dobro upset. Ove godine upset i lospa jako su spustili loptu. I Razorka ubiše svi kolektivno, vrate. 4-man ga invade-uju na prvom blue buffu. Znači, Razork može igra igricu. Zato je Razork i krenuo da igra vert. Jer je u fazonu, ako igram normalno i krenem na red buffu, invade će me na blue buffu. Znači, mislim da 3 od 4 game ili 4 od 5 game koje je Fnatic igrao, on je bio invadovan na svom prvom blue buffu. Baš loše. Ma to zvuči dobro, neću te lagati. To zvuči okej, ja tebi da kažem. Malo je laki što lik koji se zove Jackspank nije uspio napravi nikakav lead na Jacksu, ali dobro, ajde. Možda će se scalovati, nemam pojma.
difference. Like the two dragons, obviously great, but in terms of gold, not an insurmountable amount.
2.3k feels great, but you're right, not insurmountable. So let's talk about from the Fnatic side then. What do they
to je to. Svake subote ide 3 best of 3, a? I onda nedelja i ponedeljak su 2 best of 3. I to je sad ovo, ne znam ja kada što, cijel raspored ove godine, bukvalno, znači, gledao sam koliko ima e-sporta da ne znaš gdje ćeš od e-sporta, bukvalno. Znači, sljedeće nedelje kreće EBL i onda od sad ide 6 dana nedeljno e-sport. Let se završava polovinom maja i opet počinje krajem maja, znači, insane je. Baš ima da se gleda konstantno. Razlog je giga jak kad nastakuje pasivnu i konkarer i rez sve odjednom. Ali ne znam zašto znači ovo je jedna stvar kod obzervera. Ja mislim da oni nikad nisu Zahena igrali. Kad god dođe do ovog fajta, oni trebaju kliknu na Zahena da mu vidi Made. Znači nijedan obzerver kad dođe do skirmisha neće da mi klikne na Zahena. Jer ja, ajde sad ne kastujem, sad radim watch party, pa chillamo, ali toliko mi je relevantno kao caster da vidim koliko AD-a ima Zahen. Ali oni uopšte ne obraćaju pažnju na kome je miš. A ti statovi su jako bitni. Jer Zahen ima 300 AD-a ovdje. Sigurno ima 300 AD-a. Labrov je malo loše odigrao ovo prvo. Drugo što je ulti apsolutno wastovan ovdje od Bibija. Ali, da, mogli su mnogo bolje da odigraju. Ja mislim da je razlog bukvalno 300 AD-a ovdje, ako ne jače. Samo s Trinity Force-om. But still, the fact that G2 on the other side of the Rift were able to get gold into their pockets just shows how good of a team they are. As now Broken Blade back onto the Rift gets more plates in the bot lane.
And I think this is what we're starting to see more from G2. Broken Blade talked about in the interview that we did with the little sideline interview yesterday about how valuable these global ultimates can be. Yeah. And you see it there from Hans Sama. That's what set it up. That Ash arrow, thank you very much, Ash. I wonder where that came from. But still, more plays in the mid wave.
Yeah, Upset's getting some damage on the Hans Sama right here. Still has the Valkyrie and the Cleanse. But now Flappy in a way gets flashes over the Emperor's Divide. Hard one to land there as Razor's now walking forward here onto Skewmon. Has another ultimate.
Nećemo dobiti opet, gledamo Serafin. Razork je mrtav. Da, jedan basic. Znaš što kažem, ne gledi obzerver, ne gledi na koga klikću. Jax je failovo ulti, bi je možda imao kill čak. Mada fine baitovo ima ulti, let go.
As Upset gets a bit of alone time with the turret.
Okay, I thought Broken Blade was actually going to dive for that to stop it.
He really wants
his own back. His caps. Ooh, one more auto right there.
That tower is not long for the world.
Skewmon's in the neighborhood. So is...
Pa mislim, možda dashuje, pa čuva W. Bra, to je to. Ma nema šta, to je to. Sinam ima flash, ali sjedno je mrtva. Nije mogla pobegne nikako. I ovo je cool, ovo je kill. 2600 lida za G2. Da, nema šta, mislim, G2, kažem, samo izgleda mnogo bolje.
Firmly planting the Ashe in this mid side as the arrow will be up in about 15 seconds here. You gotta watch out for that cooldown because they've been using that to great effect so far. And now the next target you have to imagine will be this bottom side of the Rift. Dragon's up, they're pushing in on this turret, they still have control over mid. Like, Fnatic have just zero control of Summoner's Rift right now.
This is just such a crazy pace. It is 17.5 minutes into the game, and we're looking at a third Dragon for G2. I mean, Rift Herald...
Sad gledamo za Henovih 150 adja. Sa longswordom iznad.
We talked about how Skewmon enabled the early map so he could take this early Dragon, but it has just been completely blown out of proportion.
Ubiše ih. Ne čini se kao preveliki lead, ali to je samo zašto G2 ne radi previše flip play. Što je tačno. Znači, tačno je. Ako si bolji, nema razloga da praviš neke ludačke plejeve. Kao pobeđuj malo po malo. Lagana priča. Polako, brate, lagano. Fight po fight, uzmi Drake-a, chillaj, uzmi sljedećeg Drake-a, uzmi grabove, uzmi Heralda, uzmi kule. I kao, nikada nemoj da napraviš toliko veliku grešku koja možete izgubi game. Ok, kill 2 padne šta god, nije ono... Nije strašno, ali... Ok. Empiros nema dovoljno mane da ovo juri. Ja mislim da je Bibi fine. Mislim, nije fine kad ga Razork stigne, ali... Bibi dalje ima ulti što mu resetuje W, Razork ne može gubije, nije ovo dive, ovo nije dive. Da, nije dive. Da, nije. Dobro, za Hen je bio malo jak u tim. Što je bio quest unit. Drž se, Klaro.
This is where Fnatic, I think, are kind of at a nice little spike with that Triforce picked up, but they haven't been able to use it. They haven't found the fights. They've been very separated. Rift Herald is now in G2's favor. They can use that to crack turrets, reset, and again, 3 minutes until a soul for G2.
The triple Triforce. They really do have all 3 of them completed.
Yeah. What happens if you put them all together?
Well, then it's like Zelda territory.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it is? Like there's the 3 triangles to make the bigger triangle. And have you heard the theory that the middle triangle is like a hidden 4th one? Yeah, there's deep lore. Look into that. SQMon taking this top Scuttle Crab right now. And G2 have not given up much on the Rift currently. I mean, like, they've just controlled pretty much every objective that you could possibly want. Save for that one grub.
Sama Arrow? No. Yeah, SQMon actually just was like, I'm done. Yeah. He had his fill. You know, he ate the grub and then was like, I'm good.
Spori. Mislim, fora što ne sme da bude brži, jer ako nastakuje pasivno dobije rez. Tako da bukvalno heroj mora da bude turbo spor. Jer cijelo hit heroja se rotira oko toga da nastakuje pasivno do kraja. I onda ima jednu stvar koja mu pomaže, a to je ako pogodi ulti dobar. Jer on sa 5-man ultom nastakuje pasivno. Mislim da je 20% po pogođenoj meti, tako nešto. Mislim da ako pogodiš 5-man ulti imaš insta pasivno do kraja. Ali pojenta je da ako omašiš, mislim, tako si igra protiv Zahena, kajtuješ ga. Ako vifa ulti ili pogodi na jednu metu, možda ga kajteš, nikad neće nastakovati pasivno. Ubićeš ga pre nego što nastakuje pasivno. Već je bacio dash, samo mogu da ga kajtuju do sutra. Što je fine, ćemo da ima. Jax vs. Xante. Ja više volim oni na početku što sam napomenuo, ali razumem zašto ide na ovaj build. Iako ja kažem mnogo više volim oni što sam rekao na početku. Juntal u Hex Opticsu Infinity je samo toliko damage, ovo je dobar ulti. Da, dobar ulti. I kažem, Razork umre, mislim, Zahen je takav heroj. Kao u teoriji je mnogo jak, ali u praksi umreš pre nego što nastakaš pasivno. Zato sam recimo igrao i Titanic na Zahenu samo da probam da basikujem jednom više nastakujem pasivno malo brže, ali isto je. Treba ti previše itema da možda preživiš da nastakaš pasivno. Što znači, ovo je 4K golda ko da vode 40. G2 je toliko pobedio ovaj game, ja vam ne mogu opišem ko što oni pobedio ovaj game. Samo ne izgleda kao toliki stom kao što zaista jest. Damn, Bibi, okej. Okej, Bibi. Nisam znao da si tako chill. I sad mogu reset, idu na Drakea, uzmu Soul, Mountain Soul. Jedini razlog što nije veći stomp je zašto G2 ne igra agresivnije. Tako da... I u Race to World First igli su 10% na polu. Cijelo. Gledao sam live na Kim. Au, ne ovako. Pogledaj što se događa to. Ja koji gledam LEC na jednom monitoru, Race to World First na drugom. A vidi. Vidi. Zato služi više monitora, zar ne?
But Razork's dead. They had no follow-up whatsoever from the team.
And again, upset just wasn't there.
To je istina, to je istina, to je istina.
Maybe that is a different play.
But that's the thing that we said, like, you feel disjointed as Fnatic.
Koliko njih 16 strano je.
The rest of the team aren't there to follow. It's what we were talking about with the Vi. It feels like
Drugo je Race to World First. Mislim da duše to ne gledam konstantno, zato što nije nešto što gledaš konstantno. To samo virneš dokle su stigli, ali WoW rade raid i onda je ostao još zadnji boss da se uradi i onda je trka između Eka i Liquida pa je giga fan. Tako da to gledaš kada pool padne ispod tipa 30%, onda ga gledaš. Jer ovo je svakako game, da se razumiješ, ovo ni 25 minuta, ubiše ih. Na kakav upset. A uvodem u savršen KD i gotovo, sad će biti stvarno upset. GG, pa nema šta, mislim ovo je realno gledano očekivano. Mislim da tu nema ništa, mislim da je samo očekivano, realno. Na lecu je fearless, tako je. Gasim kameru, 10 minuta, mi za 10 minuta pauza. I onda gledamo, ja bih rekao skoro sigurno finalni game dana, jer ne vidim kako Fnatic uzima jedan game, najiskrenije. Kao ne znam šta mora da se dogodi da ovi uzmu jedan game. Ništa, puštamo analitičare, pauza 10 minuta i onda se vraćamo se na sljedećem game.
So, Odo, please tell me, what's been on your mind since last time we spoke?
I was gonna be better, man. I mean, started off fine. I was hyped. Everyone was hyped. Everyone was like, you know, reliving glory days.
They were, yeah.
It was sad. I'm sad.
And that's completely natural to feel sad. So...
But why?
I think I have some images here, or some plays, that we can maybe go over and we can kind of get to the bottom of why you feel so sad, okay? Would that be okay with you?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Let's see what we have here. So, we have an early game gank by Razork, a level 3 gank by Razork, that's a classic.
Looks good, looks good.
You like Razork level 3 ganks?
Yeah, he's in enemy jungle, no one knows he's there. It looks fine, because look at the Ashe arrow, Ashe E fly, they don't see him.
It's great,
They see all of that, but it looks fine. So it's fine, no?
It's fine, Odo. It is fine. But
it's gonna work.
Let's talk a little bit about why this didn't really work out for you.
I mean, they look like they're about to die.
Yeah, they do. But something went wrong here, Odo. Please tell me what do I see?
I mean, Razor just misses, man.
He did. Would you say that you?
Okay. I mean, that was sad. But Finn, come on, help me find where the rest of the problems are, because.
Although, would you
know that, right?
Would you say that you struggle with setting boundaries regarding what plays are and are not acceptable as a coach?
Maybe. I mean, that's why you're here, right? To help me figure out what my problem is? Because, I mean, surely that wasn't the only bad play, right?
The only one that can help you is yourself, Odo. I'm just going to try to help you get to the solution.
Okay.
Let's look at another picture. We have a lot of them, okay? So take your time.
Oh my god, we have a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Okay, show me.
So let's see the next one. Let's see what we have here, because that game was filled with anguish, misery. I don't think we have any more, actually. I think we just have to talk about why it went like it would. Talk to me a little bit about the mid-game, Odamne. What happened?
Oh my god, the one that's on the top of my head, and just like, that's the one that got me into this session, actually, was when there were so many plays, man. There's just like so many mid-game plays that just fell. It was the Ashe arrow hitting lost spawn when he's about to dive, then the Ashe is just taking our mid plates, and Azir is taking our top plate. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, Sag, man, like, come on, like, surely we get more than this. Finn, tell me we're gonna get more than this next game. It's only one game.
There is hopefully 2 more games, I would say. There's not just one more game, Odamne, because if there's one more game, that would mean Fnatic lose, and we wouldn't want that, right?
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh, never mind, forget about that.
So, talk to me a little about the draft, because the draft they could use some work. I know you have grabs. I know that's a fact.
I mean, grabs will do some good drafts. I'm hopeful. Next game for sure it's a good draft, but I mean, the draft wasn't really that much of a problem, was it? I mean, there were things that we could have done better. Maybe, you know, we couldn't get 2v2 killed on bot. Maybe, I mean, that's all I have.
I think you should lay down again.
Okay. Do you have something for me?
Emotions are really high right now here. I don't think it's fit for a broadcast to show a man in such a vulnerable state, so we're gonna toss to break and come back on a higher note. Thank you all for watching, and Ozamne, it will get better, I promise you. Thank you so much.
I hope so. I really do.
I'm pass. She's dead. I got her. Nice, I'm tipping bot already, okay? Tilt into, big shield into. Good job. Just okay. I'm with you. I can shield you, I capture her. Yeah. Respect. Wait, I'm Kingston, guys. Watch me. Oh, flash him. We can kill him. We can kill him. Yes. Nice.
What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the fan zone and the fan artist section of the LEC studio here with amazing Coriolis. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Right. I'm so happy that we have you back because there's a lot of things happening here between the games. Come and check it out. But for those who could not come to the LEC studio, I want to show you what it's been about, what the amazing fans have been doing for the players and their fans. So I see this card game here. Can you tell me a bit more about this?
Yes, it's a collective project. So all the LEC fan artists are together on the same Discord. And sometimes one of our amazing fan artists come up with an idea. And we have a full card game with all the 4 colors and all the LEC players. And you can see there's a diversity of style here, and that's exactly what we want to go for with the LEC finale, to just showcase all the talent of actual human artists in this community.
It's absolutely amazing. So we are during the G2 Fnatic series. So can we take a look at actually the G2 and Fnatic players that we have here?
Upset, I have Caps, I have Empiros, Sama, Lost Spies here, Razor Keys here.
Nice, Broken Blade
Broken
here as
Blade,
well.
yeah.
It looks absolutely amazing. And I want to go on the other side of the table because that's not what all we have. So these are things that the fans can grab for free, right?
Yes. Okay. Those are freebies.
Awesome.
And you can find stickers and some prints of the different teams.
I feel like it's the mood of Fnatic fans lately. I don't know if you guys agree. It's a bit sad. But okay, for Fnatic and G2, what do we have? I think it's here, it's all right?
Sorry. It's okay. We have Fnatic stickers and we have G2 stickers. So you can grab your favorite player here and stick it on your phone or anything you want.
That's amazing.
And can I shout out also to all the people who donated to help us, print this? Because so far it was always the fan artist paying for this, but before our spring split, we just had a call for donation and you were super generous, so we could have some stickers and other things that we will show off the next weeks.
That's absolutely amazing. It takes a lot of time and a lot of money, honestly, for these artists to set all this up. So go and support them on Twitter. What's the Twitter?
LEC fan art.
Okay, LEC_fan art. Go there, check it out. It's absolutely amazing. Coriolis, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for everything you do. And that's all for us here. Back to you guys.
That was awesome.
That's sick.
If you're in the audience and you have not yet gotten a free sticker, go get one. Those player cards were incredible.
I kind of want the player cards.
Yeah.
They look amazing.
Do you think I can get Merwin to sign one for me?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
I saw Nako with the Jester hat as well. I was like, that's kind of banger. I'm not going to lie.
And again, the amount of work that goes into projects like that is incredible. So shout out to the fans that are willing to put in all that work and do that. That's so cool. So.
Yeah, the lifeblood of what we do. So fair play.
Yeah. Grab some on the way out or grab some right now while we're in pick and ban if you have not yet. Because G2 versus Fnatic Game 2 is right around the corner. And Dagda, you know what? Odo went through his therapy.
Okay.
And I think that at the end of any good therapy session, you need to remind yourself the silver lining. You know, things can get better. So how are things going to get better for Fnatic? How do we give Odo hope here on the desk?
So if I'm Fnatic, I think it's about trying to sort out mid lane. Just say, look, we're going to try and get Flatty something like the Victor, where he's on a long-range mage, is one of his best picks, has been since he started in the LEC. All right, now that we got that covered, let's try and take something that's a little bit more slower pace for Razork in the jungle. Like, I think the Pantheon's going to be banned, but maybe if you can try and find something like a Wukong, where he has at least a little bit of go in and go out, that could work out well as well. And suddenly you're seeing the start of, like, okay, we got a decent kind of team fight team, so maybe we look towards a Scion or something on the top side for Empiros as well. And just try and enable like these long-range team fighting compositions, because at the end of the day, like, you've been struggling to keep pace in lane and then in fights, but if you can figure out how to kind of have at least some control over mid with this Victor, I think it could help out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to win in lane. versus a team like G2. So I think
or just caps.
Yeah, true. So I like the idea of like pick things that can actually start fights for you, because they didn't have a lot of tools for that last game. I think it was a fun draft to watch, fun comp to follow, but they didn't have that go button. So giving themselves a go button could be a solution to the problem as they ban out the Varus, the J4, and the Nautilus. G2 ban out the Rise, Rumble, Karma, so it's a Lulu first pick Fnatic. To me, that's signaling Inara for upset.
Yes, 100%. And I think that's a good call, right? Like, you've got hyper-aggression that you can play through in the lane, easy one-item spikes to try and play around, and that's what you want as Fnatic, something that can try and fight early and have a lot of power. That puts a little bit of a wrench in the works, though, because Caitlyn, very strong in that early push. Can be paired with something like the Nico here as well if you want to, and just make things a little bit more difficult for playing around this Inara.
Yeah, Caitlyn, even like Bard can pair with her. Like, there's a lot of supports that can get aggressive with the Caitlyn pairing. They don't have to lock it out if they want to go for a jungler instead, but there's the Bard hover. And again, if it's locked in, I like it a lot. There it is. So Caitlyn Bard, really, really scary.
And the first couple
Evo me. Šta će se događa ovdje?
Really has come into his own and looks fantastic on it. This is not the... I'm assuming that this is going to immediately swap to Inara.
Yeah, the Ezreal hover is odd to me because it doesn't immediately synergize with the Lulu, and like the Lulu doesn't want to roam necessarily. It's not as good unless you have like a jungler that really needs it. So Inara does make a little more sense. It's just the classic pairing. We've seen this a lot this year so far. And the shift to fearless drafting, I love what this has done for the bot lane meta. So I've had this conversation with a lot of people. Some people aren't a fan. I'm a fan of the fact that we kind of have like duos identified. It's like, okay, so you see the Lulu, you assume Inara. You see the Seraphine, you assume the Ashe. I see the Bard, I assume like the Caitlyn, something like that. So I think it's really cool that we're getting these pairings, and they got the Pantheon with it. So I think already Fnatic's game plan is coming online. Upset on a Prime carry and a jungler that you're happy with Razorcon.
And also just something that can try and cover for a lot of these like multi-lane plays that
Fnatic izgleda malo bolje. Nisam ljubitelj duše nešto pretredno Pantheon, ali nema veze. Ari, giga dobar pik. Ari je samo giga dobar pik. Sad im samo treba neki follow-up, Bard ulti u Ari engage, treba im neka Vajan Besa, nešto slično. I to je okej.
I mean, you're talking about the Victor, you're talking about these ranged mages into the Ahri. Are you still favoring that right now?
I think you can get away with the Victor. The only problem is just that if you end up with like Ahri Vi, it's not going to be a good time for you.
Yeah.
So this is where the question for me for Fnatic is, do you try and just ban away like junglers immediately, like, well, there goes the Vi, to try and set you up? The only problem is on the opposite side, we're seeing G2 go, oh, range does kind of suck. So Mel gone, easily could be the Victor to go next. And maybe something like the Silas as well if you really want to. Because Lulu is very good at enabling a lot of these melee champions as well. Because you get
Vajban znaju i oni.
out of that wall growth. Even just keeping Silas with more uptime is always good in the fight too.
Sad je se Joani gote, ali to neće igrati sigurno.
Pantheon's in a similar spot, but Pantheon does have the Aegis Assault to just always give that directional immunity. So saving that for a different melee champion is an option for Fnatic if they want to go for it, but Akali is not an option as that's taken off the table. G2 banning away 2 mid laners, and now Fnatic get their final ban of Game 2. The Vi and maybe another jungle. No, it's a Gwen. Okay, so they're taking that off the table for Broken Blade.
I'm trying to figure out what schema wants to play because he did have the Olaf.
Treba im engage. Ali ne znam šta koristi za engage ovdje da nije sve Joani. Klari ima tajming, ja krenem pričati, krenem da kažem.
A big chunk right away. No, there's the Skarner. Okay, we get it.
Mr. LCS.
Hey, look, man. I love this champ.
Yeah.
Shout out Captain Flowers. I'm sure there's a lot of Scorpions in the chat right now. It changed since, you know, his time with the champion, but still, it is a really hard brick wall to get through. This champion, if you get ahead, is almost unkillable.
It's also, by default, what Fnatic are probably going to pick now is something that can play into Ahri. Like we talked about the Silas's and this kind of stuff. If that happens, well then Pantheon going to be close range, Sion close range. It's going to be the Aurora instead. But it means you've already got value for that Skarner ultimate, which is really what you're looking for half the time. And you've already got a lot of lanes that can enable Skarner with the Baron portal into running through.
Skarner je interesantan, ne znam sa svako. Mislim da trebalo da bude...
Every wall is just a guideline.
Yeah, it's a suggestion.
it's a guideline, it's a suggestion. Even the Ambessa getting over some of those walls.
Strašno.
Blocked in for Broken Blade into Imperios.
Strašno, ne može čovjek da radi više u svojoj kući. U svojoj kući ne može čovjek da radi, pa to nema nigdje.
Solid engage tool, something like Kingston for Razork, ranged, you know, like Victor, Aurora, a little different.
Ali biće bolje, biće bolje.
And then upset on a hyper carry. So I think Fnatic got an ideal composition for what they're able to do and how they play.
I agree, and I think the Aurora definitely can match a lot of that pressure from Caps in the early stages, can clear out waves very effectively, is way less of a problem when it comes towards like that all-in from a Skarner or a Nari because she's got that in-between world.
Yeah.
So overall, I think for Fnatic, you have the ability to play through this strong mid jungle, try and set up for some plays around this Yunara Lulu, and play off of those big one-item spikes that we were talking about. So I think if I'm Fnatic, like this is a good draft to try and find that early success.
Yes, it's playing to the strengths of the roster, to the strengths of the team. Grab setting up Fnatic to try and mount a comeback here. They're going to have to get back-to-back game wins to take the series. G2 only need one. And that game one looked like they are just continuing the momentum that they picked up at first stand. This team is not slowing down so far. G2 looking like the real deal here in the LEC. And that question in everyone's mind is who's going to be the one to step up and stop them. Can it be Fnatic right here?
Ne može da bude Fnatic. Spoiler alert. G2 ih samo bije. Ali vidjet ćemo. Nisam ubeđen u ovog Skarnera, moram da priznam.
Two of the biggest organizations in Europe when it comes to fandoms, starting to be alongside the likes of Nkoi and KC.
Stoti skimund of game.
The 100th game in the LEC. This man, I don't think he's making waves. I think he's making tsunamis since he's entered.
He cannonballed in and everybody got splashed. And it feels like it was only yesterday he started here, man. 100 games, that snuck up on us fast.
Yeah. Replacing Yike on this roster. Had a little bit of teething problems, but G2 ever since have just gone from strength to strength. And now, I mean, coming back as finalists at first hand is going to be what everyone is talking about for the longest time.
Yeah. Let's catch up on the jungle pathing so far for their early game expectations here. Both starting on the top camps, pathing towards bot, but there was an early ward placed down here by Skumond in that top Krug right there, so it will spot out where Razork is. Currently, Razork will not have the same luxury of information on Skumond.
Yeah, you can see the pings already going down, saying, look, this is exactly where he is, so full information. And at the moment, I think you're happy as Skumond to just try and match this Pantheon, ensure that there's no kind of funky plays that can be made in the early stages. Protect Hansam and Lebrov, who will continue to have push on this bottom side, thanks to the Caitlyn and the Bard. And just not really let anything dissuade you in the early stages. So it really is, again, on towards some good trades from Vladdy, and this kind of mid-jungle and Fnatic to set up this game for success.
And Vladdy with a good start here in lane. He chunks out Caps, already gets the potion, and is still up in health bar trade. So Caps, sometimes you just get hit with that one chunk, and that one electrocute just kind of wins the early laning phase for you. Vladdy finding that run right now is Hansam and Lebrov shoving in this bot wave. Both junglers on the bottom half of the map, so G2 need to be careful. There's always the option that Razork could skip a camp and just look for the gank.
Yeah, I think it would be tough though, just with the clear speed on the Skarner should be able to match a huge amount of that as well. And I think this is where the Skarner should be able to, again, move in, get Scuttle Crab, and it'll be on Razork to try and move topside. So again, it's these like small little windows of timings that Skumon will ever...
Ne znam koja je fora sa Sionom da bude toliko jako u early game-u. Jer kad god vidim Siona u fazonu sam kao ok, Sion neće moći uradi previše. I onda prvih nekoliko levela Sion dobije većinu matchupa, što mi je baš van svake pameti.
Razork should know because you would see, and I would see Skumon there.
But Skumon, I think, also knows because of the Fey-like vision that they spotted. But hang on, Lostbow?
Yeah, Lostbow taking some damage, but Lebrov is answered right on back. Early heal from both sides. Lostbow and Lebrov using that one. But extended play, Razork does just path up towards the top Scuttle Crab. No one falls in the bot lane.
Flash is burnt in the mid lane, though, off of what I assume was a gank play there, as everything was happening in the bottom side. So we're getting at least a little bit of action early. And again, I think this opens up for Razork, who still has his flash, to try and look for plays on Caps before he hits that level 6 mark.
Same can be said for Skumon, because no flash from Vladdy means that whichever jungler gets there first can be the one to make that impact. If Caps lands one charm, and then you get the Yixel's impact into a wall, you know, And Skewmon is actually hovering here right now. Broken Blade drops the ward down. He's probably just going to stop this back. Yep, just be a little annoying.
Yeah, your word was much nicer in your head than mine was.
Was yours, I'm going to guess, not broadcast appropriate?
Kesa bi možda igra, Empiros nema mane više. Ovo mu je zadnji dah mane, sad mora da recalla. I onda bi možda probao ili da crasha ili da freeza pa da recall porta. Mada mislim da je relativno okej svakako.
So I think they should have an idea that somewhere in river there is a ward that's spotting them out.
Well, either way, no kills have happened so far, despite Razork hovering in that mid lane earlier on. Now Cap's hitting level 5, getting close to that level 6, expecting that you're not going to be able to, or the same angle to find that gank is not going to be present for very long. As soon as you have the Spirit Rush, you can just kind of avoid those ganks with a much shorter cooldown, but misses the charm there on the Vladdy. And will now look to just catch this wave. Razork still level 5.
Ja mislim će I dalje G2 samo odigra turbo safe.
Yeah, but the dragon has, and both junglers are in the neighborhood.
Razork trying to see if he can help escort this wave in, expecting Skewmon to be down here.
Cosmic Binding miss from Lebrov right there. He's looking for some chunk damage. I don't think Skewmon saw Razork, at least I don't know. I don't believe he would have.
So both junglers, instead of resetting, basically just waiting until 5:30 to clear their camp so they get the upgraded smite. So using that little bit of timing they have to potentially make a play on the bottom side. But now as you're about to take over, there goes both the camps. They now should have the upgraded smites as they clear them, and then can contest for that scuttle crap that's big spot
Which is spawning bot side. But actually, Imperos goes for the old top. Broken Blade buffers the knockup with his own public execution. Now it's a fight for bot lane control because of that scuttle down there. Razork will be spotted here. Skewmon walks into the tri-brush and is seen as...
Skewmon čeka 6. Neće naći ni ward, mislim da je fine. Opa. Hans ima flash. Ok. Dobra komunikacija, bro, ovo je bilo clean. Ko volim kada imamo... Kad je kao očigledno koliko je dobra komunikacija među dva igrača. Či on se flashovo u zid znajući da će se flashati na portal koji dalje nije bio tu. Jako clean.
And what a play from Razork to have the confidence just flash straight onto Hansama. When you have the Aegis Assault as Pantheon, if you're not like just blown up through CC, you can always just throw that up and be safe. And so that meant that it was Hansama that had to actually be scared.
Yeah, he's just unfortunate that walls are still suggestions so they were able to get out of there. It could have been very good. But now you're kind of down that flash as Pantheon. You did get the flash in this barrier from Hansama, but we'll have to again see Fnatic if they can punish these summoner spells, because we haven't seen it towards that mid lane with both summoners now both mid laners ticking over to level 7.
So it's going to be the early scuttle over to Razork bot side, but Skewmon will still hit level 6 on the top half of the map and be just fine for right now. The one surprise for me, though, is that Imperos has been subtly just getting this lead over Broken Blade. He uses the ult and trades with Broken Blade's ult. Almost found the kill. Broken Blade's down 2 full waves of CS, and Imperos has a Cole, so he's going for the farming Scion, who's going to scale up into this game. Fantastic start for Fnatic on the top lane.
Also, he just gets to focus on armor, because Ahri's not really going to kill you. It has to be the Caitlyn or the Embessus. So Imperos could be an L beefcake this game. We'll have to see as this game goes on. But Razork sitting on the bottom side, looking for it.
Yeah, and now the heal used aggressively, polymorph, but still the magical journey, but in comes Razork with the Grand Starfall for first blood. Fnatic on the board.
Great gank from Razork. Again, Hansama hadn't got that summoner spell. He knew it wasn't available. Hoped to give the kill to Upset, but that red buff ended up taking it in his favor. Still just going to be happy to get that win in the bottom lane.
And it's straight into an objective afterwards. The Dragon, because Fnatic are able to rotate up, help him clear this one. It's not even set Razork that far behind. There's only 1 camp advantage for Skewmon. Currently, it's going to be 2 camps as Razork finishes this Dragon. You're taking that as Fnatic. Really good early play.
Yeah, I think for Razork, you're completely fine. Again, you're on the bottom side, so can defend your bot lane camps. Unless Upset had to burn the cleanse. And now Skewmon, off that honestly, might have the backup of Rob to try and take some camp here.
That was one of the more strange Cosmic Bindings I've ever seen land right there. So Upset down a cleanse. As Skewmon will go for the invade onto Razork, so he cannot just immediately go straight back to his camp. Skewmon is going to make him punish a little bit for that play, as now the magical journey from Lebrov onto Vladdy. He's got caps on the retreat path. The charm goes wide. Vladdy sidesteps it and gets to safety across the veil to dodge the Tempered Fate. and even between worlds just to get out of there.
Yeah, I think Vladdy didn't quite get the distance that he wanted on the invis jump, and it may have saved his life, because Caps was predicting it, but able to step away, doesn't end up coming through, but BB getting decent trades on the top side. So, again, this battle between the junglers for G2 and fnatic going back and forth, but it's a kill for Razor, and a great start.
Nebitno što je Razor dobio lead ovdje, mislim da G2 i dalje fine. Njima se isplati samo da čekaju.
Enough damage to really threaten a kill onto Imperos, even though Skewmon is nearby. Skewmon will get the grubs, takes the first one, going for the second one. Razor doesn't have ult and is on his Krugs currently, so it looks like this will be 3 grubs picked up as Cadril saying 07 cooked in the chat right there.
Was it Cadril or Cadril's chat?
I saw Cadril at the top. Oh, maybe that was
that's the chat. That's what chat is. Yeah.
Oh, man. Noob over here.
It's fine. You'll get used to it, man.
Okay, again, I just want to highlight how good this is for fnatic, because they just got smashed. And going after that last game, I was like, how do you recover from a situation like that, just mentally as a player? They're doing a great job currently finding this lead early in the game.
And the fact that you got that control has really alleviated the pressure from Upset and Lost, but they were struggling a little bit, as you should in this matchup. Bard Caitlyn, very frustrating to play against. And now you've got Razork with his ultimate coming up once more, the ability to start playing around the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see more pressure again on towards this bottom lane, because I think in the grand scheme of things, Upset is still your main win condition with this lineup.
Yeah, and Hansama is actually still getting CS advantage just by dying early on. He's got his Summoner Spells back, and he's still Caitlyn. He's still able to just push waves, be that long-range threat as Pierce goes for the unstoppable onslaught.
Ajmo ovako sad. Malo lakše bi ići da umre ovdje. Ok, fnatic. Razork je čuo šta mu Mata priča, bio u fazonu komić, ti je loš, sad ću budem dobar. A Skewmon ne radi ništa. Skewmon čeka iz skela. Mada kažem Skewmon na skarneru, ne znam koliko sam ubeđen u to najiskrenije.
Yeah, he's got the Tempered Fate available and the Magical Journey, so it's really just hard to lock down a Bard anyway. Sometimes they can just play moves like that, but
Živ sam, Bibi završio Eclipse. Mada opet mislim, ne znam koliko znači kad je Pantheon fed, šta ti to daje? Vidio sam jednom relevantnog Pantheona i to što je nakon Sandera i Cleavera otišao na Omen i Kaenik Ruker. I što je način, to mi je vjerojatno build koji mi se najbolje ruku na srce, taj Pantheon je bio giga fed, pa mi se činio dosta jak zašto je bio fed, ali nije loše bilo, iskreno, nije loše bilo.
Public execution in onto Imperos, does not have the ultimate available, does have the flash, and in comes Skewmon for the backup. Broken Blades trying to bait Imperos down, but Imperos is not taking the bait currently. He's back on the wave, and now Skewmon can look for the Ixtal's impact through the wall. He's going to come around from the back. Imperos flashes early to make sure he does not fall.
Što je mogo da proba da ga predikta pa da ga izvuče nazad s ultom, ali ne znam da li mi ugo da dajevaju Siona, iskreno. Ja mislim, fora je što da, Razork je ahead, ali opet ovaj Pantheon je. Koliko tebi daje fed Pantheon? Koga bolo što je Pantheon fed? Daleko smo od ne tank mete gdje Pantheon sedi na 2 letality itema i shotate po mapi lepo. Trap. Još jedan trap. Ali zato, koliko bije Junara s Lulu, brate, mili, oj, koliko je broken. Strašno koliko je Junara bastet sa Lulu, znači to bukvalno nema smisla koliko je jako.
Flashes forward to get the double knockup off the wild growth. Sometimes you just don't have the right timer. If that Lulu was 5 seconds slow, you would get that kill, but they didn't. fnatic now, with the numbers advantage on the bot side, will start up the dragon. Hansama has respawned and is running straight mid lane. Skewmon's hovering around the area. Vladdy's trying to hold him back, and it looks like this dragon will be secured by fnatic. That is 2 in a row.
And this has been the best start we've seen from fnatic this split. They have been in control of jungle camps, making sure they're getting the gank timers up, playing off of the spikes that we were talking about with Upset and Lospa, and that Ardent Sensor being completed. Like, this is perfect from fnatic, and G2 just don't really know what they're supposed to be doing. And you can see here, they try and look for the play, but I think the cleanse, yeah, it just immediately comes through the shield, and then the follow-up as the ultimate comes through, the flash forward for the...
Ko je busted, nehumano je busted.
Nothing you can do. Only downside was that last binding, because it should have been a double kill.
Yeah, and I think Lebrov just waited for the Cosmic Binding out of the Tempered Fate, thinking, oh, the trap's going to be there.
Yeah.
So try and layer the CC more. But when there's a cleanse, you just have to throw it out so that you can only cleanse the one. Even if that happens, I don't know if that changes much of the play. Now we have a new play. Skumon's in the mid lane here. It sells impact over the wall, and...
I beverica.
That's not a Skarner Scorpion. That's a little...
That was so anticlimactic. Maybe not, though.
Starfall coming in here. Jumps straight onto Skumon, who has the Impale available. This is scary to go too...
Nije uvatio Lulu. Dobar stan, dobar stan ovdje. Ali mislim da je mrtav svejedno, ne? Da. I on je živ. On nije živ. Okej, Kula je nastakovala. Bro, ubih fnatic, šta je ovo? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ovo ne bi ovako trebalo da bude, ja vama da kažem. Sviđa mi što je od Amne coach fanatika istovremeno radi u studiju. To je interesantno kako radi.
Goes for the engage. Yeah, it takes a while to get through Skarner. He is a tanky boy. But with Vladdy coming across, this between worlds really set G2 on the back foot. And I think that actually Lebrov ulting 2 carries. Oh, hang on.
Back to live here as Vladdy yet again making magic happen. This time he gets the kill on a Broken Blade in the top lane.
Again, fnatic just keeping this pace up. And I was meant to say the going golden under the tower actually set up for the kill on towards Razor, because that tower was focused on towards upset of Vladdy. So nice job from Lebrov, but it's still with fnatic in a commanding position.
We got to come up with a nickname for that though. Actually, no, there's still action. We'll get back.
Dobro. Ali nema ult svejedno. I nema damage da gubi. Mislim da će doći Pantheon na vreme, ne? Pa Skumon ide, pa da, on čovjek je asasin. Mislim, radi damage, on ne može da umre toliko lako od Ambese, ali... To jest od Aurore, pardon.
Fnatic away. TP from Broken Blade. You don't really have push on mid. The rotation from Caps as well. I think we're looking at a bit of a scrap here around this top side.
Yeah, as G2 will start it up on Vision. Teleport back in from Vlad. He has Between Worlds. He did not have to use it in the escape. So if Fnatic want to contest, they might have the tools. They are not going to. Razork is pathing on the bot side. So now I'm going to go back to the point I was trying to make earlier.
Okay.
You're going to have to remember back to that replay. We're going to have to come up with a nickname for something.
To zvuči odlično. To zvuči odlično. Odlično. Dogovorit ćemo se. Već sam jednom kastao i bio coach Zvezde, tako da... Ali ovaj put će biti drugačije. Ovaj put će biti drugačije.
He's under terror, which means he's overextended.
Waves coming in, they drop the Herald as well, so Skumon and Broken Blade are looking for the dive. Vladdy's trying to clear out the wave, and he does so successfully, but now the Herald's taking things up. He goes between worlds, bounces right on back, dodges the knock of the Herald.
Ubiješ Kulu i to je to, i samo probaš njega da šao. Ajoj, Skumonde. Najbolji jungle svih vremena, by the way. Ništa neću da kažem, mimo toga, hvala puno.
They could potentially have a third dragon.
Somebody check out Omne's blood pressure. I imagine it's going crazy. Let's get another look at that one.
Because Vladdy does so well here, buys a ton of time, gets the in-between worlds, manages to move back just the terror dies, but watch the flash here. So immediately Razor gets over the Impale, Skumon could do nothing. And the collapse with the kill on the Rift Herald sets up for everything.
And the crowd has gotten their energy back, Dagda. Fnatic fans have something to believe in. G2 fans trying to rally their team as you can see the reaction from the coach cams there. G2 realize the situation they're in. They are heavily behind Fnatic in this game number 2. Dragon spawning in 6 seconds now, and Fnatic have full control.
And you start to look at members of G2 to be like, okay, classically G2 can bring this back.
Sviđa mi se kako radiš, ima tu potencijala priča.
Essentially out of it. And all you have is Caps
Ovo je treći Drake za Fnatic. Labrove ne moraš da navijaš dok ubijaju zmaja, ako ga dropate, dropajte ga. Ili baci ulti, čisto reda radi. Treba je da čeka da recallaju, pa da baci TP na recall, bar da im cancela to.
But Fnatic just aren't giving them that opportunity.
Yeah, there's still a turret in the mid lane, so they have backup there. As finally the bot turret will fall. G2 with 2 to their name. Multiple members hanging around mid right now as Fnatic realize that they need to back this up. If they can hold this turret and take it themselves, they're in a really commanding spot. That's the one thing for Fnatic. They haven't actually cracked the turret yet. Yeah. They haven't been able to take down these structures, and G2 has now started to crack those. So a little more map potential from G2, but they're doing it with a gold deficit.
I think this is where, though, you're seeing, like, with the Fiend completed for Upset, they can now play hyper-aggressive on mid-wave because they're basically united them up. That can then open up the ability to start having Razor play through side lanes. And at this stage, I think it's just very difficult for G2 to really answer for how well Upset and Lospa can play here.
Yeah. And again, just credit to Fnatic for the mental fortitude. Coming back after
I think it was the therapy.
Honestly, the therapy probably helps. Look into it, everybody. It works.
Joj, baš. Tako to ponekad treba biti, ljudi moji.
Fnatic are overgrouping on mid though. They're losing a bit of the wave on top side. Like they could clear that out and then play for it on the timer of that push in top side, or even just look to take that tier 1 of the top side. But Upset,
Tempered Fate will land on the Upset this time around. He has the cleanse and he will use it immediately. Takes a big chunk, but in comes Razork. Labrov uses the journey away again as Vladdy will look to continue the chase. Labrov taken out as the stun lands on the Vladdy. He goes between worlds again. Now onto Broken Blade. Impero's trying to give space for his mid laner as Razork ults in.
Ok, Caps, moraš da pogodiš charm. Ok, Bibi je malo promašio pravac. Ma da, Vor, pakao. Nikako da ozdravimo. Aj što je kašelj, nego što neće prođe, brate. To je problem. Bibi je mrtav, svi su mrtvi. Ovo je 1-1. Caps će ubije Razorkama. Neće. To je dobro. Han sama našao kill ako ništa, ali 1-4. Hej, to ne može.
G2 all in on mid-wave with that timer, but they don't get Upset. The brawl falls, and then it becomes a little wonky here for Fnatic as they try to regroup. Lospa trudging his way alongside Upset as Razork used the ultimate to try and fend off G2 as they collapse onto the bottom side of the map. But all you have to do is buy time, and you caught in the fight. Missed cap spells, but Labrov missing his life?
Yeah, he's a little caught out of position there. Can't get close enough to the wall for the magical journey. Fnatic find a pick after the replay and are continuing their gold advantage. This is a 5,400 gold lead for them right now.
Ne znam kako ti kažem, ja sam mjesec dana bolest. Kad sam išao na onu pauzicu, malo 2-3 dana smo otišli neku banju i tu se kao smirilo i kako smo se vratili nazad za BG, tako se nastavila prehlada. Zato kažem nikako da prestane, zato što bukvalno već mjesec dana vučemo nešto. Nešto.
This late, it's 22-45. It's not like late game, but still, he's 0-0-0. He has not been present for a single kill for his team. They've only gotten 2, but he hasn't even gone down yet. Like, Caps is looking for plays, but he's just not finding them. And his team doesn't necessarily have the scaling, so it's not like you can say, oh, just go late, it'll be fine. Like, they kind of need Caps to find these miracle moments. They need Skumon to hit these multi-champion impales for them to come back.
And the thing is, at moments like this, G2 traditionally will be like, Caps go to
možda do godina. Je. Tu sam ja godište tvoje keve, verovatno, tako da ima smisla to. Tu smo mi generacija. Išli u osnovnu zajedno, verovatno. Ne, pakao, Vor, kažem ti. Znači, baš je ono loša priča. A što najjače nije ni ono, kao ja jedem supu, dosta voća, krkam se vitaminima, ono, znaš, kao... Da, bukvalno, ne, virusi na nekim, ono, anabolicima, bukvalno. Ali sve je evoluiralo, brate. Sve je evoluiralo. Komentariše im preko leta i komarci, brate. Ono, dune vetar ka komarcu pre nekoliko godina, komarac rikne. Sad ga udariš, on ti kaže jače. Ti gledaš komarca, komarac gleda tebe, nikom ništa nije jasno. Samo si, wait a minute. Ne bi to tako baš trebalo da bude. Dobro, dobro. Dobro, Charm nije baš bio na mestu. Caps ne nalazi ništa i dalje, gledao. I na kraju će Dulta da izađe iz fajta. Upset je izvojen skroz, ali... Ljudi, morate da ubijete Upseta kad je uz Karen Rultu, please. Ovo je game. Ovo je samo game. Da. Dobro, 1-1. 1-1.
Against G2, putting the brakes on the G2 hype train right now.
And they want to keep the party rolling. Immediate ult to Fnatic. Want to try and take this down while G2 are still off the map.
Yeah, I mean 10-second death timers. Broken Blade has TP, but Skewmon does.
Ne, ovo je samo 1-1, bukvalno. Caps kao da nema nekako access Upsetu, ali bi morali da engageuju s iste strane ili da neko forsiraju Siona da ode. On pokušao da flanku, oni se okrenu na njega, na Capsa, i ovi i dalje ne mogu da ubiju Upseta, što mislim da je samo giga unlucky. I ovdje gledaj, razlog samo tretenuje s W, ne baca W, samo tretenuje Capsu. U fazona ultaš u nas, ja bacam W. I onda je Caps je W down, onda je opet bacio neki ono half-ass charm nigde, ako se ne varam. Razlog je samo zona autovo. A opet ne mogu ni direktan front to back da rade jer će samo od Siona izgubiti u front to backu. Baš je nezgodno. Moraju da odu u back i da neko shotuje backline.
But shout out Imperius for zoning away Hansama there on the side to not be able to follow up as well. Fnatic with Dragon Soul now can put the final touches in this game. They have the Baron as well, so G2 are still trying to get this like outer mid turret, but they don't have the wave for it. And now the Scion ult is coming in. Magical Journey from the Brav again.
Ko njega ubija iz čim? Iskreno, ko njega ubija i sa čim? Ja pojma nemam. Cap zna agro, Cap zna agro.
This is picture perfect for Fnatic. Like, they are not giving G2 any leeway here. This is going to be the mid-tier 2 down. You can get this entire topside camps for Razork. They're shutting down G2 excellently.
Now the Caitlyn traps defense. The Temper Fate will land onto the wave as in goes Razork. The team
ne, samo Fiesta. Ne, ovako je. Ovo je samo, ne igrao je za G2. Mislim, najbolji jungler GOAT Evrope s Q'om odigra heroja koga ne zna da igra. I onda ode 1-5 i bude useless. Mislim, da ne bude da nisam rekao dok je bio first stand, kad su ljudi ono pričali da je s Q'om, ne znam ni ja šta, brate, GOAT Evrope, ono, braćo. Ne znam da gledate istog junglera. S Q'om imaš 6 heroja koji igra, koji toliko i mimo toga samo ne igra igricu. Razor ga je prelomio, a nije ni Razork u nekoj fenomenalnoj formi, da se razumemo. Ovdje je čak mogo da igra Trandla. Jer kao, jako mu je mali champion pool i to što, kao, on igra te basic junglere. Igra Vi, igra Xina, igra Trandla, igra Munda. To su mu najbolji heroji. I možda odigra Atroxa, možda igra Zahena, jeli, ali kao to je taj neki archetype mid-game skirmishera, ma kakvi. Javset se previše nafido i nema šanci. dobro, 28 minuta. Mislim, ako ništa brzi gameovi i eksplozivni su fancu za gledanje. Svako nije loše, svako nije loše. Dobro, bilo kako bilo. Ajmo slušamo intervju, idem i na pauzu, iskoliram zadnji game za 10 minuta.
I mean, that portal was very wild and I was very scared in beginning and I just trust him, so I just took it as well.
You followed him into the death. Now, looking into game 3, what is the most crucial thing? What is the one thing that you need to win this game?
I think I should more focus with Elias, like tempo, with Ivan, and I think we should keep track on Lavrov war timer, then I think we can win easily.
Okay, fantastic. Tempo and Lavrov war timer. Thank you so much, Laspa. And now I'm gonna walk back to the deck, slowly but surely, as I know there's a very happy man sitting there.
Yeah, I want to give you the open mic, Odo. Can you speak your truth, King?
Hold up. let me smell it. You know what that smells like?
What do you smell?
Hi, baby! Fnatic is back. G2 versus Fnatic, game 3. Let's go! Let's go!
Honestly, the fact that they can make it is amazing, but it's the way they did it. And I just want to follow up on what Lospa was saying, because he's talking about Razork, he's talking about upset. And we're going to go straight in the middle of the game, that bot lane team fight, guys. The game was pretty much stalled back then, but the fact that they're able to maneuver even difficult team fights, I haven't seen this Fnatic at all this year.
I mean, it was lovely because Razork is going in, and this is Upset in a nutshell. When Upset is feeling himself, it's the other one. I'm completely wrong. Vladi, I mean, let's go with Vladi. It's just, this mid-game was completely insane. We have so many fights happening on so many different angles, and it's just everyone testing each other and looking to skirmish so well. It was a joy to see Upset dashing in when he's feeling himself, especially on this Yunara. He doesn't care about the KDA allegation. He just goes in there, and his only job is to dish out incredible amounts of damage.
To me, what stands out in Fnatic's teamfight in this game is just the patience.
Yeah.
I feel like when I watch Fnatic play and someone is being went on, it's like all logic goes out the window and people just start playing for themselves. People are just going left, right, and center, trying to do whatever they can. But here, when someone is being went on, that person is focused on stalling for time, allowing his team to rotate and then help him. I think that unity, that teamwork, and that cohesion is what really stood out to me from Fnatic.
Any words on Razork in the early game? Because I feel like he knows how to command these kind of picks. But when you see that every lane from Fnatic is ahead at minute 10, I want to look at the job that Razork has been doing in the early game to get that done.
So Razork, I mean, last game we looked at him and we said he had the execution error, but he's still in the correct place at every single time. When he has these early games that are so stable and he has picks with agency, he finds such good plays. He's always on the right side of the map. I feel like he improved so much. And even now, he's ganking Sion. There's nothing happening on the other side of the map. He took so much command in this game. And even now, I mean, Vladi, we had criticisms of Vladi, but look at this, just dashing around, in and out, buys enough time for Pantheon to arrive here. It was just wonderful.
I mean, I don't know if it's because of the day, it's because it's the Easter, it's the bunny. I think Vladi on this Aurora, he looked completely incredible. I was skeptical towards the Proto Belt, but the angles he found constantly was so crucial for Fnatic. I think this confidence to walk up, knowing Caps is playing Ahri, knowing that Charm is coming his way, and still knowing that he was going to dodge it was really impressive.
And on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, again.
After you got blasted so hard in game 1, to be honest, going into...
And last week as well, so they're coming back from afar.
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Let's not think about last week. But
no, I'm saying that you have to put things into perspective. There's been a lot of defeats. Yeah. There's been the look on their faces when I saw them step on stage today, especially coming on against G2. You look at the game 1 and what they were able to do today. For me, this is when it makes sense, and this is where it's even more grand.
Exactly, it makes so much more sense because when you think about G2 Fnatic, it's been a series that it was always G2 sided for the last 5 years. I would say it's always Fnatic losing, always Fnatic, missing the mark every single time. But having this game 2 and blasting G2 in an equal manner that they got blasted on in game 1 speaks so much to what we're going to see game 3. I really hope, I really hope that both teams come out swinging, because 10k goal lead in game 1, 10k goal lead in game 2, I just want to see a bloodbath.
And I think that's absolutely valid though, because both teams need to be playing the game. I didn't see G2 this game.
That's what
Lanes were losing, plays were not really playing. Caps ended at game 1-0-0. I have not seen a game where Caps is just sitting there waiting for the game to be able to be played, because every single time he was rolling up to a play, the play was already done. The play was already over. They had already butchered the play. So I need to see G2 take what Fnatic did so well for once, and just try to play together more, because I agree with Joe though. I want to see a game 3 that's not a stomp. I want to see a game 3 that bangs.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, I want to be cautiously optimistic here. What Fnatic did here is absolutely great. G2, we know that they can miss the mark sometime. What do we think game 3 is going to be about when it comes to what Fnatic wants to bring to the table to make this one happen again?
Oof, that's a toughie, because there's so many
if someone knows, it has to be you.
Hey, don't look at me like that. But on Fnatic's side, I just think every time Fnatic has a good game, it's off of early game agency. You're looking at Razork, you're looking at Upset, having good lanes, you know. Empiros also had a great timer, but realistically, it's these two who are the engine and the drivers of Fnatic. It's every time the early game goes well for these two, they end up having a stable game. So I'm looking at them into this game 3 to pick up early game, because every time they have these picks, you know, it either goes very, very wrong, but most of the time it hits, because they just showed in this game they have what it takes. They have the capabilities to snowball games extremely clean.
I mean, I'm with Joe though. I think most likely, I don't know the side selection, but I assume that Fnatic is going to have last pick. So I actually think this is time to give Lospa. They're very outspoken.
Fnatic is red side.
Fnatic is red side. I mean, I'm not sure it was last pick still, because that doesn't tell me anything.
I guess that's the last pick, yeah.
I assume that means that they have last pick.
So
yes. So I would really like to see them give Lospa that counter pick, because I think, as you say, although when Fnatic is strongest is when Upset has to push. Upset can step back, step forward, and have Lospa behind him, knowing that he will fight him. Just like when he took that Bard portal, he will have his back. So that's what I want to see.
Is it G2 being back in their regular season form, or can Fnatic actually pull the Easter miracle here and take a series that nobody thought they could? We're gonna see this right after the break for game 3.
I will into. I will look to ult, okay? Maybe I'm cooked. No. Head no flash. Nice. I'm fine. Oh no. Can you ult in? Yeah, ult in. I'm ulting. I'm fine.
Scar no flash. Let's fight.
No ult, I'm better. Scar no ult. Keep up, no ult.
No flash. Let's go.
I hit. Look at. Heavy. You have shield?
Yeah, I will. Let's go. Trust me.
Go Nash.
Nice.
Drake. Nice.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day, boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy-tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league, wish you played like us. Now tarnish reality, you're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see, the wrath of our whole dynasty, it spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane. Flashbox when they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
And welcome back, everybody, because El Clasico continues. Fnatic take game 2. We're going to game 3 of G2 Fnatic.
And I'm expecting this to be a banger. Like, honestly, game 2 is now blowing this series entirely open for me. Fnatic came in, wanted to fight, wanted to scrap, found the early leads, and were able to carry it through very cleanly.
And in incredible fashion, they find exactly the comp they want. A lot of the memes have just been, oh, Fnatic's drafting. Oh, they just can't get a comp that works for them. That was stock standard, exactly what you want for Fnatic. So the question now is, can they do it twice? Because it's harder in a fearless system. You're not going to have access to the same Ynar Lulu combo. Upset was carrying a lot of those team fights.
I 100% agree. And I think this is where, like, Upset has looked good on things like the Sivir, even the things like the Ezreal that I think is still up and available. But either way, you need to find new champions for him to be able to carry on. But also, I think the one that impressed me was Vladdy. Like, Vladdy has been a little bit quiet, hasn't had the best of times, but against Caps, held his own very well and had some major points in that game where he outperformed.
Specifically the top lane. When he's on Aurora in the 1v2, he buys so much time for Razork to come in, who also had a great performance. His Pantheon ultimates, I mean, those are some of the highest value that you can ask for a Pantheon ultimates, like back to back to back in that game. So everything came together, and I gotta wonder, like, what happened to G2 between games 1 and 2? Because they looked completely different in laning phase. Like, Broken Blade was losing in the Mbessa matchup. Caps was struggling in the mid lane as well, and also missing charms. So they got to find that magic again.
I think the one that really stood out to me was Skewmont. He did not look comfortable on the Skarner at all, and I think the lack of jungle pressure came back to bite G2. Because when you have a strong jungler that you can consistently rely on, it suddenly feels like you got the wrong shoes on your feet whenever you try and make moves. So we'll have to see if G2 can try and right that here.
Like wrong shoes isn't like they're on the wrong
you got
side?
the right on the left one and the left and
okay.
right.
I thought you like put the, like, they didn't match the outfit or something. Okay.
I mean, that would
be
look
way
pretty
less
awful
comfortable.
as well.
I think both of these are bad scenarios here. As we're going to pick and ban for game number 3, Karma and J4 banned from G2's side, and it's Rise and Nico here. And as you were talking about, yeah, we do still have Ezreal available. We do still have Sivir available. So there are options for Upset that he's looked pretty solid on so far. But can they get everything else to come together? Because I still like Imperios mostly on the tanks. I still like Razork on some of these playmaking junglers they can find stuff on. So Rumble's off the table for Imperios. He will not get that one at least. Ornn? Trying to think like what else is on the table for the top lane.
Yeah. I mean, Casante's gone as well. So the Ornn is kind of the premier tank that can still be in that position. Shen, which also is now available.
Evo nas. Hvala, to je bio moj nevjerovatan intro. Shen pik pre prva 3. Znači, Shen u prva 3 za G2. Rakan je malo sus, kao prvi pik.
Rakan's main counter is off the board in the Lulu, but I still think you have answers here for Lost Play if you want to.
Sure, well, let's see what they lean towards, as expecting upset on some of these carries still, like the Sivir. I mean, again, Ezreal would set up a Lospa to roam around, but I still think that they were strongest when it was the 2v2 in lane. Fnatic will be the ones to pick up the Vi. Razork Vi deck.
But also steal away the Xayah.
True.
So basically saying, okay, well, maybe you go back towards the Ezreal, but we at least have that point to click to try and lock you down. So Ezreal, Rakan, fine, but not exactly like groundbreaking, I feel like, in this bottom side of the maps. So I'm curious exactly what the overall game plan is here for G2.
But it's also, like, the moment that you see Xayah as the Rakan, you're thinking, okay, if I don't get that engage on, you're a squishier engaged champion, so you need to be able to battle dance in, grand entrance and battle dance out, rather, as it is the Ezreal locked in. So this opens up Labrov to roam around the map and leave Hansama alone if there's windows to do so.
And then it just becomes a question of, do you try to match the jungler here for Skewmon, which probably your best bet, but we're also starting to teeter down the list of junglers. So, no, focus on top lane instead. So it is interesting.
Jako čudan draft s ove strane, ali dobro. A Renekton isto giga rano. Ne znam što samo ne bi uzeli Shena, ljudi, toliko ste doveli na Shenu. Što ne igrate Shena? Shen je samo free.
They're still hovering right now. We'll see what they go for. They could go for the counter pick for the top lane. We see the Renekton, so giving Imperios that guaranteed counter could be a priority for them, but instead it looks like they're going to
Ok. Idu na slavni 0 damage komp.
But still, I think it's playable. A lot of people haven't been picking it up with the Vi, which was like the classic combo, but it still works. The theory is still there.
And also into Renekton, who wants to slice and dice, and the grand entrance from Rakan, makes things a little bit more difficult for the team fighting from G2. So it feels like to me like Fnatic have kind of set themselves up nicely in this draft thus far. You've got Xayah that can play very safe for the engage tools we see thus far for G2. Good engage from the Vi, and great follow-up thanks to this Taliyah as well.
And now with the next wave of bans, they can take away mid laners that could give Taliyah some trouble. So there's a Zoe ban immediately. Whereas G2, I think the same can be said for top lane for them. They're already shown the Renekton, so they could look at these tools in the top half. But no, instead they're looking at the Nautilus, keeping up the pick ban presence there.
Yeah, I mean, it is good into the Rakan, because again, with the depth charge, you follow it back. So it makes sense to try and keep that. The other one I'm not sure on is, like, do you want to get rid of Poppy? Like, how worried are you really about that in the bottom side of the map? And just even though it won't do massive engagement.
LeBlanc, Zoe LeBlanc ban.
I like that a lot here. So let's see if G2 have the same on their radar, because Poppy and Taliyah together would just make any mobility a nightmare. Save for the Ezreal, an Arcane Shift can still get you out of a bind there, but at least the front line that's currently showing would struggle with that one. But they can, again, still look at the top lane as well if they want to take away some of these counter picks into the Renekton, which notoriously just, there's not a lot that can heavily punish it.
Zna Jenks, to je true, je. Ako ništa, igro ga je ranije.
Still does decently well, and you've got good follow-up then on the Vi, which could actually end up working out quite well. And it looks like we'll have to see if that is, same thought process here.
Okay, I still feel like Fnatic, they look more comfortable when Imperios is on more of a tank frontliner as opposed to this kind of squishy engage tool. It can set up insane fights, but you don't have a big health bar to work with, and it's locked in, so Imperios is going to have to find those angles.
But I think he has set up, right? You've got multiple ways to try and corral people here with the Vi ultimate, the Weaver's Wall, and as long as you're able to get Imperios in, I think it shuts down a lot of what's already there for G2, like the Renekton, relatively short range, same Rakan, and now with the Maokai as well, again, another champion that wants to play close quarters. Now, I like the Maokai, because Maokai is that old school counter into the Vi, because as Vi ults in, Maokai ults back. And it just means that then the follow-up counter, you isolate the Vi. But with the team...
Maokai Viktor.
You've got plenty that can kind of follow up, so... I think this is going to be a bloodbath again.
Ništa, baš me zanima naš će liči top lane matchup, iskreno. Canon je samo giga naporan... Da, giga naporan top laner, tako da baš me zanima naš će to da liči.
It's going to be Alistair locked in for Lospa, so that will be kind of additional engage. They got a lot to go forward here, Dagda, between the Vi, Alistair, and the Kennen. Then they have additional CC after that initial one lands with the Blade Caller, with the Talia seismic shove. So Fnatic, they have tools, but is it going to be enough to actually get through some of the beefier health bars on G2?
I think also crucially it's the ability to play for side lanes, which is the success that we saw them land in game 2. So if Vladdy's able to get control of mid and start to play to sides, I think that's where Fnatic can find that success once more.
Yeah, Caps on the Victor, not known to be a side lane champion, more about that team fight here, and he's going to have to keep himself safe against all these dive threats. The Kennen flank slicey Maelstrom, the Vi cease and desist on top of you. You're a low mobility, high damage mage, and there's a lot of people that are going to have their eyes set on you directly in the middle of their target. So, all right, game 3, Dagda, this series is delivering whenever G2...
Da mi neko rekao da će Fnatic dovede G2 u treći game, apsolutno me ne bi verovao.
Performance from Fnatic in game 2 has now got us into game number 3, and it's all down to the wire. Not exactly what I expected to be saying coming into this series. I thought it would be a clean-cut G2 victory, but now on the precipice, I think maybe Fnatic fans starting to believe.
Yeah, I mean, again, the audience, I mean, just hearing the volume of both sides of the fans, G2 definitely have larger voices.
We're also on their side, which doesn't help.
Oh, you know what, that does,
physically over here.
That does make sense. You know what, no shade on the Fnatic fans in case you are louder currently, but I mean, the fact that Fnatic fans have something to believe in right now means a lot to them as G2.
Evo, Jolly kaže Fnatic dobija. Nisam baš siguran, ali sve je moguće. Skewmont na Maokaju. Koliko je unplayable s mili supportom. Ovo je ono što pokušavam ljudima da objašnjavam i kad streamujem. Znači, jako je teško. Alistar i slični supportovi ne igraju na levelu 1. Han sama bukvalno ima toliko free... Moram pogoditi Q, ali... Ima toliko free level 1 da je to bukvalno nehumano, koliko mu je lagano.
You can cheekily try and kind of aggro the minions as well to kind of walk back towards your AD carry, but it never really amounts to level 2 first. We do fully expect Hansam and Labrov to still have push, still have lane priority down here, so eventually Ups and Laspa hit their level 2 as topside Apiros is getting the shove on Broken Blade.
Also taking the electrocute here. So, and Ignite, so really want to punish in the 1v1. Imperius wants to come out with a big lead and then try and use that. Does mean later on will be much slower in the TP. A 7-minute cooldown versus the 5-minute cooldown if you actually take the teleport summoner spell. But it does also mean, like, if he gets onto someone, that's a dead carry. He may be even a dead top lane if that happens.
And that shows the confidence of Imperius. I love this matchup. Whenever you see Kennen, I think Wonder was actually the first one that I remember pulling it out last split as the Kennen range top lane with Fnatic. The Ignite. Into Fnatic. Yeah, and also taking the combat summoner spell showed what you're able to do with that. So, okay, there we go. Imperius learned from Wonder.
Well, we're hoping it's good things he's learned, because it's been a bit hit or miss for Wonder, you know.
Fair enough. Right now it's working out for Imperius, though, as he gets that wave shoved in. And Broken Blade actually down about a wave currently, as this next wave will meet.
Yeah, so just kind of back away.
Kenny giga naporan hero za laneovati protiv.
We're going to see some sort of early play from Razor, of course, on top side on the...
Ok, free chunk na port. Još bi imamo TP, Empiros ima Ignite. Jedna greškica pre 6. možete ubije Canon.
Because he's got the backup of Labrov to help him out. This is really huge for Caps, because Vladdy already used the TP. If he goes for another reset, Caps should be able to get another wave shoved in, and that's some tempo.
I mislim da on samo reseta ovde, nema tu šta. I sad samo backuješ ovde, i to je to. Lospa nije stigao da mu pomogne da friza. A Bibi preživljava. A bukvalno preživljavaš ovdje. Clean. Nije mu damage za kill, ali clean jako. Sad je u dive range-u, Bibi. Jeste, u all-time LEC-u kad je Malko je bio mnogo više vibe, ali kad je G2 bila jača ekipa. Ovo je all-time LEC, imajte na umu.
Pretty G2 favorite, I would say. There's been moments that Fnatic were able to win that one here as bot lane going for a big trade, 1v1 onto each other right now. Is Lebrov able to get back?
Exhaust just in time from Lebrov there on top side to make sure that the root caller didn't end up taking him down. But
root caller? Close enough, rootuje i koluje šperija. Pokušava da ga baituje van range-a. Ignite i to je kill, savršeno, jako clean. A ovo je sad, mislim, ono... Zašto ja ne igram top lane? Igram u Canona koji ima Ignite i moj jungler ne igram ko je top. Kao bro, pa inako 1-1 gubiš jer Canon ima Ignite i još protiv će jungler gankuje. I sad bi samo dobio baterije ni krimi duže. Svejedno bi trebao da izgubi od Canona sa Ignite-om. Nevino što. I još dođe jungler i gankujete.
First blood gold onto Imperos and a great buy. He's even in the advanced sector. So if ever a trade goes poorly, you can try and heal back up through that with the ranged autos.
Yeah, I mean the Hextech Gunblade is so nice as well, especially to a matchup where it's all about Broken Blade trying to close the gap. That slow just devastates the entire matchup. And an early start.
Caps drops down the arcane storm and flashes straight into Razork. Lost was here as well to claim the...
Realista uzo kill ako ništa, da je bilo baš loše.
Off at the end, but it doesn't work out. Flashless now, he got nothing on us.
That, I gotta see another look at a replay there to see what he was looking for.
I thought he'd already gone for the Q auto, so I was kind of surprised.
I don't know what cooldowns he had up. Maybe he did have... Maybe he's trying to dodge something. I couldn't quite tell from the angle, but either way, he's
Han samo ima i preko zida. Fine, free damage-a.
And Fnatic...
G2 treba da bude blago zabrinut. Opet kažem, Skewman samo ne radi ništa. 5-7 minuta je AFK. Ako ne igra svoja 3-4 heroja, samo je 70 puta gori jungler. Razork je našao 2 asista, a ne gubi ništa farma protiv Skewa, što je dosta velika stvar.
Razork's going to just head back up towards the Wolf camp and then presumably to the top camps where Skewman's actually taken away the Raptors.
Skewman again with these invades, doing a nice job. Still, like for Fnatic, I was about to say that it's no longer just about upset trying to get these leads. It feels like game 2 and game 3, it was leads coming from elsewhere, Razork and Vladdy. And Razork once again off to a great start, but a flashless Talia in the mid lane is the focus for Skewman.
Yeah, looking for the seismic trap and the caps. Will not have it to block Skewman. Has the Weaver's wall to get to safety, so that is down. Skewman finds some value just by making his presence known.
Renek ulti, Canon nije ulto. Han samo dio više mane, mogo bi se bio ovdje.
Yeah, has the tier, but hasn't stacked up enough to be able to just stay perma in lane. That is still a resource that he's got to keep his eyes on as he will go for a reset now. So Upset will stick around actually. Look to push another wave.
Ne, ja kad sam to čuo, bio sam u fazonu ne ovako, ja Empirose. Ja budi džebejtovan Empirose. Dobro, Bibi nije teo, nemaš Ignite. Nije imao cooldown, nije imao Ignite, tako da mu nije nužno bilo pretredno playable.
Actually doesn't see him on the boy grubs. We'll spot him now as one's taken.
He's able to secure one for the team, and now with Vault Breaker charge, Skewman will actually back away, but then he smites. It's Razork actually that gets the smite, so Skewman is going to have to back off. His Lospa's in the back pocket. Skewman wants to deny that next grub, but he cannot do so. Razork picks up 2.
LeBron interrupting Upset. Upset really wants to try and get back towards this tower as the wave is crashing. How aggressive does LeBron want to go?
I mean, if you tank up the turret,
Mislim i dalje nije gotov game, samo
four tanks in there as he goes for one.
Skewman treba da krene da igra u suštini. Jer je nerealno koliko više Razor radi posla od Skewmana. Vladi je dobio kill i dobio je wave.
Man, Razor is putting on one of the best performances we've seen from him in a while, though. From that Pantheon game, and now here with this laser focus on the mid lane, as the True Shot Barrage will miss onto Upset, and he should be able to get this back.
Labro je samo teo da cancel TP. To je fine.
How him and Humanoid work together to take over, and we just haven't seen that same connection between himself and Vladdy. Now, though, he's in a fantastic spot. He has been crucial to this early game success for Fnatic. And a 1k gold lead with a great gank on mid. We'll get to see it again. He immediately gets the Q into the flash. Caps can't react. You end up with the ult with the flick back. Unfortunately, though, does end up stunned underneath the tower, which gives Skewmon the kill. But top lane.
Back to live slicing Maelstrom answered by Dominus. Broken Blade uses his ult. And Impero's presses are as well, but it is Impero's winning out on that one. Has the Gunblade completed? So flashing forward, flash response from Broken Blade.
Ići za malo. Shuriken bio kill.
Will expire. Broken Blade survives.
Very close to the Croc going down, though. Impero's off that early lead, controlling the top half. 1.2k gold lead.
Dragon spawned right now as Skewmon does not have the ultimate available here. Vladdy with the flick back on to Maokai. Big health bar. He's trying to stay up and healthy with the passive autos. LeBron now goes to the quick.
Vladi sa minus damage herojem. I ovo je G2 fight. Ako Han samo može se Han samo je mrtav, holy shit. Nema veze, nije G2 fight. Han samo imao flash. Ne znam kako nije mogao preživiti to. Ne znam što se ovdje dogodilo, iskreno.
Coming back from that game 1 is a tough task, but they did it in game 2, and they are continuing it into game 3. They're getting their first dragon, stopping the stacking of G2. They're up 5-1 in kills, 2.2k gold. Skewmon will go for another invade, but now he's caught out of position here as Vladdy comes in for a kill. They get one bot side onto LeBron. Fnatic find 2 more on the map.
G2 are crumbling and Fnatic are happy to keep up this pressure. It's exactly what we saw in the last game. Fnatic get off to an early lead and it's play after play everywhere on the map.
G2 are kings, but all reigns must end as Laspa continues to blade up on the top side. He used the slice. Can he get over with the dice? No, he can't. The slicing Maelstrom locking him down, and Fnatic are just not giving G2 room to breathe. Another kill to Imperos.
This is incredibly impressive from Fnatic. I think we might be
Ono G2-ovo, brate, budi 7 i pobedi Genji nekako.
Holy crap, Fnatic, this is incredible.
Tako to ide.
Looking like a disastrous start to their spring split. And their first win, I don't want to cast or curse them. It's too early for that, but it could be against G2, the reigning champs. The team that pushed Gen G, or just beat Gen G. No, didn't even push them. That was just a 3-0.
They threw them out.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Pushed them out the building, more so. Yeah. This was not the expectation coming into today. And Fnatic are going to really add some excitement to
Italija samo ne radi ništa. Mislim, ne radi ništa. 3-0-1 je. Zdjelo je Blank 3-0-1. Da je bilo koji mid laner 3-0-1, da nije Italija. Insane impact. Jedna Italija koja te gađa kamenčićima, ima puno mane. Ja se nemam pojma. Prvo je pobedio G2, drugo je pobedio Fnatic i sad 1-1. Ezreal je mnogo jak do duše. Stvarno nevjerovatan pressure ima heroj. A treba mu jako malo resursa.
But this is every member of Fnatic stepping up and crucially finding successes where they need it to put them into a position where they're 3.5k gold up.
G2 je pobedio Genji, Fnatic je pobedio G2, therefore Fnatic je bolje od Genjija. Jednostavno. A Genji je bio prvi u Koreji, a znači da bi Fnatic bio još jače prvi u Koreji. Sve to ima smisla, ljudima, sve to ima smisla, ja vama da kažem. Da. Što mi je smiješno, brate, danas ulete neki Englez na stream, kaže, ja mislio da je ovo official stream. Mislim, jeste official stream, samo nije... Nije taj official stream. Ok, Lospa, Flash, Skewmond, Liandri, AP, Maokai. Veliki upset da je Skewmond. Useless. Big shocker, got Evrope, najbolji jungler ikada. Mislim da je Empiros samo treba da se trna da ubije Bibija. Iskreno mislim da samo treba da se okrene da basika Bibija. Ovako će samo da umre, evo. Lospa clean. Sad je Kula nastakovala, mora beži. You don't end up with the kill on top. Empiros tries to escape rather than picking up the kill. And then in the bot lane, I need to kind of look at it again because I just don't know how they didn't get anybody.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also surprised that Empiros's Ignite wasn't able to kill him. I think that's why he didn't go for the kill. He just thought that it would be enough. As now Vladdy teleports up top side, Broken Blade. He went for the proxy wave, and now he's gonna get punished.
Sad je mrtv. 0-3, 1 na Renegtonu. Ok, Lospa port gore, nešto će gore da radi. Mislim, ne znam, relativno mi je čudan game overall, ali ajde. And this time around, we'll have to get back to that because the dive onto Empiros on the bot side. We have the ultimate coming out from Skewmond, and Empiros will just try and get back, clear out the wave. And it's going to be a matter of who gets the kill credit. Does not have the slicing maelstrom. Stunned up by Caps. Give the gold to the victor. G2 will find a kill.
That's Skewmond getting an assist on the back end of that as well. But still, G2, I mean, we've been singing Fnatic's praises, but that's a couple of picks now. Top side, they defend bot, they get another pick bot. They're still not, you know, just rolling over and taking this lightly. Fnatic will still get pushing mid, Rip Terrell as well, so the effective gold should increase on this next play. But they're only on reset now. Dragon is up and G2 can take position in the area. Caps with reset though, feels like this is Fnatic's play here.
Empiros will have TP on this respawn, crucially. Broken Blade does have TP as well, but it looks like he just wants to get the gold on the top half of the map as Razork will start up the Mountain Drake. It is only the second of Fnatic, so G2 say, we don't need to contest this. Instead, we can play for the other side of the map. They have 3 people heading to that top turret right now, as Vladdy will also start to work on this bot turret.
G2 continuing to trade effectively. I mean, you're going to be a little slow in the terror tick on bots, so Fnatic should still be able to get us.
Mountain Drake poprilično decent.
This is where Fnatic, I'd like to see them try and make some sort of play as well. I don't think you can get the full terror as G2.
I možda 3 play-ta gore, ako i toliko, iskreno. Ako i toliko.
Vladdy does not have TP, so it's going to be 4 members of Fnatic. Upset sees Lavrov. Grand entrance away. And G2 back off.
Vladdy's still pushing the bot lane. Cancelled the reset. It's just like, okay, the call is to keep going. I'll keep going. And now as G2 start to push away from that top side, he'll also respond with his own recall. Still though, I think
zavisi koja je divizija. Šta je ovo? Ja se pitam. Ja se pitam šta je ovo, iskreno. Nije ni meni najjasnije. A mislim, G2 igra loša, a Skewman ne igra svoje heroje. Jer kažem, fore što ono, jednom u godinu dana kad Skewman krene da igra, svi će krenuti da ga hvale. Ljudi me ne veruju, ne slušaju me, što je fajn. I onda posle šajna hater. Nije, nego samo Skewman ne zna igra više od 4 heroja. Fact. Nema ništa, ja ne znam Skewmanda, ljudi, nema ništa lično protiv njega. Ja samo govorim činjenice. I što ljudi ono hvataju hype train jer je odigrao dobar first end, jeste i prošle godine Jajk odigrao dobar first end, to ne znači ništa. Ne kažem da Jajk loš, ali moja poenta je da nekome kao igraču sudiš po tome kakav je igrač u fullu, a ne ono, ako ima jedan miracle run. Skewmand je prošli game bio beyond useless na Skarneru. A ovaj game ne radi ništa na Maokaju, još builda full AP Maokaja. Mislim, ne znam, jako čudno.
it's G2 who kind of get to catch up on the goals.
Broken Blade was not spotted walking in. He pops the Dominus early and will look to go onto Impero. Slicing Maelstroms use teleport in from Vladdy. It's off cooldown now. Slice and dice from Broken Blade. He's trying to get the safety. And in comes the Talia.
Nema combo breaker.
Not going to be in range, but the Weaver's Wall will block off the escape path of Broken Blade. He's stunned up, looks to go back into onto Imperos. And Broken Blade's going to regret
Bibi.
going for that one.
0-4.
Vladdy was there for the backup.
Big mistake. Broken Blade thought that he'd be able to get something, but overextends. And now with a minute until Baron, it's fnatic who can take control of this top side. Maybe even look to crack open the tier 2 with the Rift Herald.
Here we
They're
go.
going to put it down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about where can you use it. Getting a pick on the top laner. Great time to use Herald afterwards, as they'll charge that one in and take their 4th turret of the game and their first tier 2.
Wasn't sure if they were going to just have upset stay on mid-wave and try and put pressure on towards the tier 2 there as well. So they're going to be happy.
Šokant, šokant.
I'm keeping my eye on when that Infinity Edge is finished for upset, because for Zaya, those 3 item spikes are so good. But there's not
Šta ti je
really, the
činiti?
biggest problem is that with fnatic, they've accelerated the game incredibly well. But without having, 3-4 dragons to their name, they're kind of in this low point where it's kind of difficult for them to move around the map. The Baron isn't up for them to really threaten it, but as we start to get out into the next 2 minutes, that will really be the focus for fnatic in trying to draw G2 out from underneath the turret.
I mean, fnatic don't even need to wait for
Basic root, kasno, malo kasniji Blade Core nego što je trebao da bude, ali je fine. Flash od Maokaja cancela engage koji možda napravi sa flash rootom kasnije, tako da je to popričao dobro.
Gonna take away all the camps and put pressure on tier 2 and boss. But again, fnatic not fully shifting down towards this bottom side. You can see Caps trying to move from the top off the map in case fnatic overextend on the play. But I think they're just happy to chip away at people.
Lebrob's even going to witness as the red buff is started up here. But now Razorcrush goes in onto Lebrob as well. Flash charm straight in onto the carries as Broken Blade gets
Empiros ne može da ulta, ovo je huge. Ovo je u stvari huge. Labrov će da umre, ne znam da je Caps umire ovde. Ima flash, fine. Vladi? Vladi je odradilo na Kasadina, braću. Ali nije ni bitno. Nije ni bitno zašto G2 nema kako da igra. Njihov jedan frontline je Bibi. S Human Blade u backlineu jer ne želi da... ne želi da grifa. YouTube chat? Mislim da radi. Što se dobro čini? Meni se čini da je okej. Ej, sudija. Pustit ćemo te, pustit ćemo te. To je fair, to je fair. Lepo. Da.
Multiple members of G2 were there to kind of push back fnatic, but they don't find a kill on anybody. So fnatic with a 7.7k gold lead and wearing the Baron buff are on the precipice of greatness here, Dagda. They're on the precipice of take down G2.
It's still a little ways to go.
Dobar sam, dobar sam. Ok, dobar TP, ali ne znam da li single target ulta Capsa ovde, to je pitanje. I guess they're fine. Zonja i health, to je to. Hansama lepo. Ljudi, jel banuješ nekom, baguješ nekom chat na YouTube-u?
Fnatic still have the Baron, so they can still keep the siege going, but bit of a blunder. As this game will go a little longer, they don't have this earlier Dragon Soul.
Radi svima normalno YouTube chat, ljudi. Radi normalno, okej.
Wait until that 10-minute mark, and suddenly this is a less significant lead.
Caps is looking. Oh no, it's actually Resurp looking at Broken Blade. Thought Caps on his back because he didn't have the zonies anymore. Still no flash available, but instead they'll just crack the tier 2 turret.
Okay.
On this tier 2 turret bot side. Clearing out the wave with the seismic shove, trying to get this wave in. They have one cannon peppering this turret, but enough to actually take it down. And Baron will expire in 50 seconds.
Razak moved across to enable Imperials to start to threaten this flank opportunity, but with the next wave, I think that's for Fnatic. They could try to look for the dive. TP available for Vladi to come back.
Da, moguće. Nije, znaš zašto je to? To je zbog Mr. Beastovog streama, 100% puca YouTube. Ne znam da li još streamuje. To ću pogledam. Ja mislim da je završio.
It seems like Fnatic, with 20 seconds left on the Red Bull Bar power play, are just going to back away. Aren't interested. Just going to be happy to spend that gold and see if they can find that next fight on the map.
But if you're just joining us, folks at home, what were you doing on the stream? Yeah, first off, what were you doing? Yeah. Second of all, you might be wondering, how is Fnatic up 15-4 with an almost 9K gold lead on G2? The reigning champs, the team that made it to the finals at first stand. And the answer would be some incredible play from specifically players like Vladi. Very impressed with him in the...
Palio sam Beastov stream na sekund da vidim da li live-a i dalje. Komp počeo da mi majna Bitcoin, ono. Ja se nadam da ima onaj Indigenous Hunter, kako se zove? Ingenious Hunter. Indigenous.
This is where Razak becomes fantastic because he's constantly fishing for plays. He's trying to set up that fight. And when you have the tools to carry afterwards, fantastic. The issue is when you're behind and suddenly Razak has gone in. Upset isn't there to follow. Vladi isn't there to follow.
9.300. Ja ne znam da li može Hunt samo ovo da nosi. Upset je mnogo jači. On ima 3 itema ima. Ti kao Ezreal si jedan cijel item behind. To je baš loše. Iskreno. Da, pakao sulti, samo sam ugasio odmah. Rekao neka hvala. Da, baš je nerealno, iskreno. Pogotovo, ja sam mislio će G2 bude prepaljen nakon first standa i kao to je to.
Just finish those final few items that can maybe carry you through. And I think if you're members of G2, at this stage, you're not looking at like full item completions. You're going, get elixirs, get these things that can maybe turn the tide of this next fight. And if that works well enough, that could be enough to tide us over until we hit the late game. Yeah. But at the moment, it's all hands on deck for G2. They need a bit of a miracle here.
Or maybe find some kind of miracle pick. They don't have the greatest comp for it, but like theoretically, Lebrov, if he finds... I guess Razorg, but the GA's there. I mean, then I was like, oh, it's the support when they're warding. It's an Alistair. Like, it's really hard to lock that guy down.
I think it has to be basically Lebrov getting exhaust onto Imperios as he goes for the ultimate. Nullify that. Try and get on towards both Vladi and Upset by some miracle, and maybe then you have enough to try and burst at Imperios or Vladi as the fight kicks off. But that is a big ask, as already Fnatic starting to crawl towards mid lane. They want to pull this trigger. They know that they're stronger right now.
In a battle of dynasties, Fnatic are controlling the dragon approach. It's up in 10 seconds time.
Možda je od Amne faktor, eto, on je došao bude coach Fnatica, ništa mi drugo ne pada na pamet, legitimno ne znam. Tako je, no lifer, tako je. Reci im. Čo je bilo cool da hitamo 200 ljudi na lecu. Ljudi, ajde lajkajte stream ako vas ne mrzi, ljudi, ispoštujte brata, probamo da stignemo do 200 ljudi. Do kraja gema, to je bilo nice, iskreno. Kad smo već hitali 70k sabova, vidi, još 30k, tamo do 2035. S-play button, ja vama da kažem. S-play button, da. Što ja umirem od kašlja, to nikom ništa ne veze. Moja Yumi gote dalo. Ja na Yumi imam 100% vjereta, hvala puno. Nisam izgubio game na tom heroju. Mislim, jedva je heroj, ali kapirate priču. Kapirate što ću da kažem, to je bitno. Ovo je malo flip. Ovo je u stvari malo flip. A šta, Observeru, brate, daj mi Barona. What the fuck? Bro, Vice Sol radi Barona, Observer ne gleda. Znači, Observer na preparatima. A, mato, bio sam doktor i sad sam doktor, znaš kako to ide. Jezreel krade Sultan, gledao, boing, za malo. Brati promašio Barona. Dobro, realno Genjis ovog ne bi setio iskreno, tako da to je fajn, to je fajn.
Wait to go for that fight because they didn't have the tools yet.
But you've still got like only TP in behind Broken Blade.
It's a TP coming in plus a Weaver's Wall. Broken Blade is the target right now. He has the flash available. He has the dominance. He's going to turn it back around onto Vlad. He dodges the seismic shove, but he's going the wrong way. He's channeling the TP, but there's Razork to stop it. Upset on a rampage, and Fnatic find a pick in the side.
And that was maybe just enough for them to start to crack the base. I was about to say, you don't have a huge amount left on these inhibitor turrets, but Fnatic feeling like they need to pull around the map. They're not the ones pulling the trigger. Instead, G2 pull them bot side, they pull them top side, and these waves are nowhere near their structures. Honestly, if BB gets back up onto the map and you haven't cracked an inhibitor turret, it's a win for G2.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. The Fnatic just sent everyone bot to get the kill and then sent everyone top to push in the wave. I mean, I think they should be able to get this next one. 14 seconds, so Fnatic, they had a window there in a 5v4.
Ja se pitam, nije Milo, šalim se, zašto samo, mislim ono, fora ti je što većina ljudi, mislim na Balkanu niko do stoka nije došao samo s LoLom. Znači svako ko je radio LoL u jednom trenutku ili krene pesme da izbacuje, ili dramu, ili prebaci kontent, zašto kao LoL može da te dogura samo do određene količine brojeva i to je to. Jer imaš ono, limitiran broj ljudi koji igraju i prate LoL na Balkanu. Znam, to sigurno, to su sigurno sudija, je. Ali tako to ide, znaš, LoL te gura do x vremena i onda nakon toga moraš da radiš neke stvari koje lično ja ne želim da radim radi sabova. Znaš, jer kao stićemo, vrate, do 100k jednog dana, i da ne stignem do 100k jednog dana, bitnije mi je da ono, da sam dosljedan sebi nego da imam neki broj. Han sama je živ. Han sama nije živ. Ali ovo je možda game što je najveće. To je baš insane. Ne može Caps, ne, mislim da ne može Caps da iznese. Nema damage za sve, umreće ovdje. Mora da se dogodi nešto što niko ne očekuje, ali tako? I to je danas bilo da Fnatic pobedi G2. Fajn, ok, ja prihvatam to. Neću lagati, ja sam totalno ok s tim.
Fantastic series, vote for your player of the series, Razork, upset or LOSPA. I don't know who's gonna win it, but I do know LEC just got very exciting, Dagda.
That was sick from Fnatic. Happily take a bow there, lads. What an impressive performance. It was G2 trying to fight back, but that early game lead generated from Fnatic was just too much.
Their first win of spring.
Ne ovako. Odlično. To mi se sviđa. Vidi, ja sam malo nesto, dobit ćemo intervju, ali pre intervjua. Večeras je Patreon Movie Night, tako da svi Patreoni dođite na Discord, gledamo film, gledamo verovatno Trola, to jest nije verovatno, gledamo Trola sigurno, ne znam tačno koje vrijeme, nakon toga ću vidjeti kakva je situacija, kad budemo završili, kad budemo počeli i sve to. Ali ću vas sve update-ovati na Disu, pa ćemo onda da vidimo. Ako ne budem spavao, možda ću upaliti neki Patreon stream. Trebam upaliti Lostar da vidim je li igrivo, da li nije igrivo. A to možda ne bi bilo loše da uradim večeras, ako ne budem streamao normalno. Tako da vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Ostavljam intervju, mi se vidimo ljudi malkice kasnije. Tako da uživite intervju.
For joining me. Congratulations on taking down G2. That's not a face of Fnatic that we've seen ever this year. What happened today?
I think we are just improving a lot, I would say. Obviously, I think
it didn't really show in the first week, but I think we all thought that we are better than what we showed for sure, and yeah, I think we are putting a lot of effort in practice, and it pays off.
It's crazy because, of course, you believe in yourself, and of course, you know that practice is going better. But when you go from the results you had last week, going up against the strongest team we have in Europe, you have to keep that confidence. But tell me about in-game, because lanes were winning, Bud was winning. You were playing so good with Razork, which is something that we haven't seen that much before. So tell me about how you kept that mental fortitude to make it happen.
I think we knew obviously that G2 is a very strong opponent, right? But so we just went with. I mean, we basically had no pressure, right? We had in our mind, okay, we might lose, but let's just play our game and see what happens. And I think. Yeah, we basically had no pressure, and yeah, it paid off.
Focusing on yourself, and that's what matters here, because of course there's a lot of pressure on your guys' shoulders online from the fans and everything that we can see. How do you block all that noise, especially you yourself, to focus on that performance that you proved today?
Yeah, I think we all think that there are a lot of people that are blaming us in social media, which honestly it makes sense. Because I think last split and the first week especially now we saw the very poor performance, but we all just ignore it. We are not really opening social media, and we are just playing.
All right, focusing on yourself, and today it starts. Obviously, it's a really, really good sign of life for Fnatic. We'll see if it can continue next week. We have your jungler waiting on PGL here on the other side. Is there anything you want to tell Ivan?
I think he should lower his ego, even though we wanted to, and yeah, we will keep winning if he does that.
Okay, careful about the ego. Razork, Vladdy, thank you so much for the interview. Great talking to you.
Thank you.
And we're going to continue on the other side, actually, of the studio here at PGL. And I'm going to ask the jungler directly, Razork. What about that ego?
I don't know. I don't have ego. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah?
I mean, he is one of the more humble guys over there.
I'm sorry, what is that?
I'm just like on the hype train, you know. I never doubted him for a second. I was a bit depressed after game 1, but oh my god, Razor gave me hope back in the Fnatic squad. Oh my god.
Low pressure, I feel, honestly, as Vladdy was saying here, which is surprising looking at it from the outside, because one might think that given the fact that things were not going so well for you guys, you would have a bit of pressure coming in today. But do you agree on what Vladdy said, the fact that you're blocking all that noise and fuck the haters?
I mean, I don't know what Vladdy said, but for sure on the pressure side, I mean, we started 0-2, and I mean, obviously we don't have very high expectations right now because we're still like trying to get good together. And I mean, today was the chance for us to show that we have potential and that we can be a good team. After the game 1, I felt pretty bad. I don't know, like the plan that we had didn't work out, and then I was just pretty behind, so it was like kind of boring game. But I think after we got some confidence back, and I think we were just playing like we were doing scrims, honestly.
How did you get the confidence back? Because, I mean, game 1 was sad because you failed your early game plays, it felt like, and then in game, I mean, you guys were like 10k gold down when you lost that game.